And good evening to our listening public. Today is January 23rd, 2025, and we are calling to order the meeting concerning charter schools. This is a Genesee Community Charter School public hearing. And at this time, I'm going to read some statements. The Education Law Subdivision 2857 and regulations of the Commissioner of Education require the board to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding the revision of application for Genesee Community Charter School. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input and to provide the New York State Education Department. The Board of the Genesee Community Charter School at the Rochester Museum and Science Center, a charter school education corporation authorized by the Board of Regents, seeks to merge with the Board of Genesee Community Charter School, Flower City Campus, a charter school education corporation authorized by the SUNY Board of Trustees, such that when the merger is approved, Genesee Community Charter School, Flower City Campus would be the surviving education corporation under the amended name Genesee Community Charter Schools, and authorized by the SUNY Board of Trustees beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. A determination regarding this revision has not yet been made and is currently under review by the New York State Education Department. This evening, we have two speakers that we would like to have come forward, and when I call your name, our first speaker this evening will be Benjamin Clark, speaking from the community.
Mr. Clark, you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you very much. Well, good evening, President Simmons, commissioners, members, and guests. My name is Benjamin Clark. I am a parent of a Genesee Community Charter School student currently, and also a recent graduate from Genesee Community Charter who now attends School of the Arts. I've been a lifelong resident of Rochester, which is about 48 years, and I'm 52. And I have a lovely family, and we all reside in the city of Rochester. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the merger of our two schools under one single chapter. As you know, our flagship, the Genesee Community Charter River Campus, has been around for 20 years and has been dealing with 200 students on a yearly basis. With the Flower City School, that's going to grow to about 400 students. Keeping 400 students in Rochester that are all Rochester City residents, as well as 400 families within the city proper, is one of our major goals, and one of my dreams is to see Rochester grow as individuals. With both schools having the same mission to educate our youth through the Rochester's rich history and focuses on hands-on project learning, my children have learned about the indigenous culture of the regional area, how Rochester looked while covered in shallow seas, how immigration occurred by going down to New York City on trips with individual classes to take a look at the tenement buildings down there, learning about the Revolutionary War by going to Boston and taking different field studies and trips that really involve them and deeply ingrains them within the culture of America, as well as Rochester and the things that came out of this city of Rochester. Students love the connections that they make through the rigorous teaching and learning through what we called learning expeditions. This merger would truly bring some financial stability that we've been looking for, and diversity as well by combining both schools, and formalize the organizational structure that will allow the ideal management of both schools. We hope you'll support this merger, as it would be a better experience for the 400 students as well as the 400 families that reside in the city of Rochester and become students of other programs within the city of Rochester as well. Among many reasons for our merger, one of the biggest things that we're really looking at is financial stability. More money can be put into students' learning experiences in and out of classrooms. The merger would result in better professional development model to train staff on expeditionary learning and curriculum. The savings afforded by the merger could lead to shared specialized staffing between schools, create better opportunities for students that have learning needs, special education, develop English programs for for learners that English is their second language. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker this evening will be Colin Orr. Am I saying that correctly? Mr. Orr?
Yes, you got it. Thank you.
Mr. Orr, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Simmons, board members, and guests. My name is Colin Orr. I'm the proud parent of 3 Genesee Community Charter students, a 5th grader, a 3rd grader, and a little kindergartner. I'd like to speak on behalf of the school to ask you to consider this merger to ensure that more students have the opportunity to attend this great school in the future. We as parents are concerned about the school's ability to provide the same quality of expeditionary learning for future generations because of rising costs and harmful cuts to student per pupil funding from the state. Recently, my son attended a field trip, as Ben mentioned, that field trip to New York City. He went on this trip to learn about immigration. At this critical time of division and misinformation, my son's class was able to experience firsthand the immigrant experience by going to Ellis Island with an immigrant's identity and backstory. They learned how real people risk so much to pursue the American dream. While this can be learned in a textbook or maybe on YouTube, GCCS believes that being placed in history leads to powerful lessons and lasting impressions that lead to firsthand understanding, then empathy. If our schools were allowed to merge, more resources would be available to ensure that all families, including those in poverty, can attend incredible trips like these. These trips are expensive, and our school has taken on more of the burden to make sure that all students can attend a trip to New York or to Boston or to the Letchworth State Park to see the Genesee River's genesis and formation. Finally, with the 1.5% cut in funding from this year from the state, our school has had to reduce programming and staffing. Our budget is currently strained as we try to maintain the quality of programming that have historically offered families. With 2 budgets, 2 bank accounts, and 2 payrolls, we lack the efficiency of a larger organization. We need this merger to ensure that the student-to-teacher ratio remains low and our students get the attention and support they deserve to thrive. I also would advocate on behalf of students with learning needs that they would be better served if our schools merged. With a merger, we could create a stronger continuum of support for these students. GCCS has served this community for 24 years. I hope that by granting this merger, they can continue to do this good work for many more years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. And I do not have any other speakers listed this evening, so at this time, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, and this is our Board of Education business meeting. We're going to first call the business meeting to order, and I'd ask that Vice President Malloy present us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The board expects district officials and the public to conduct themselves and speak in a respectful and courteous manner so as to model proper civility and decorum for students. Shouting, personal insults, vulgarity, profanity, attacks, revealing information prohibited by law, or any conduct that disrupts the flow of business is considered to be out of order. The board may, among any other steps available pursuant to law, take the following actions during the meeting to maintain a fair and efficient meeting. Interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement exceeds allotted time, is personally directed, abrasive, obscene, or irrelevant. Request any individual to leave the meeting when that individual, whether in person or virtually, does not observe the reasonable decorum or the conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for a recess or any adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. At this particular time, I'm going to turn the mic over to our board clerk, Ms. Nguyen, who is going to provide the Board of Education upcoming events.
Thank you. Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Commissioners, and community. For the month of February, the board will open with a policy meeting on Tuesday, February 4th, beginning at 6 p.m. On Wednesday, February 5th at 5 p.m., the reception begins with a performance followed by a presentation of awards at 5:30 p.m. We will be celebrating our Black History Month and our Black History Month scholars. On Tuesday, February 11th, the board will convene for an ESA committee meeting followed by a special meeting for the consideration of resolutions, and then we will conclude the month with the February 27th business meeting. As a reminder to the community, any individual wishing to speak to the board at any time may do so by contacting the Board of Education office by noon on the day of the meeting. You may do so by phone at 585-262-8525 or via email at boardofelducation.rcsdk.org. As a reminder, no unregistered speaker may address the board, and no individual may speak on behalf of a registered speaker. When registering to speak, you must include your name, telephone number, home address, affiliation, and the topic on which you wish to speak. Individuals who do not reside in the city of Rochester do not have the privilege of speaking at meetings except if an exception is granted by the chair of the meeting. And each registered speaker may address the board for up to 3 minutes. Any speaker utilizing translation, including American Sign Language, will be allowed to address the board for up to 6 minutes, with 3 of those minutes being for your speaker and the remaining time for translation. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. Am I looking at this properly? I don't see any minutes attached, no minutes to approve. Okay, so we're going to move forward on our agenda and go into our speakers portion. This evening, we have about 4 speakers that will be addressing the board this evening. Are there speaker comments as well, or just in-person speakers? It looks like we have a couple virtually as well as a couple in person, forgive me. So we're going to do that. And just to level set, when speakers are speaking to the board, oftentimes you'll notice that we're not responding, and that is intentional. We want to hear from you and just really absorb the information you're providing. So our lack of response is in no form disrespect, but we are allowing you to speak in full totality, if that makes sense. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and I'm going to start with the first speaker this evening, which would be Maria Gonzalez.
Hello, I'm here today because as a community, as a grandma and a mom, I'm here to request a list of the person you have running for superintendent So we know, as a community, know who are we voting and who are those names, okay? It's not right for your guy just to choose whatever you want to choose, okay? We, as the community, as the people in the community, we need to know before you or your staff decide who they're going to vote for and who you guys decide for, because the community has the right to understand and to vote too about the people who you have on those lists. So as the community member, I want a list of those people who are running for superintendent. If I gotta get it from you, or I can go higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Our next speaker will be virtually, and that would be Toyin Anderson. Okay, she has not made it online just yet, so we'll give her some time and move forward with our next speaker. That would be Monica Graham. Thank
Good
you.
evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Thumbs up. Can you all hear me okay? Oh, perfect. Thank you, President. Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Graham, and I'm a parent leader, as well as the current parent rep for the ESA committee. I have submitted a written statement to the clerk for the board to review. I will not be reading it in its entirety because if I did, I'd go over the 3-minute allotment, and I would like to respect everyone's time. So I will read a portion of the statement now. I understand that the board is considering dissolving the committee, and as an RCST parent and ESA parent rep, going on 2 years, I'm opposed to the dissolution of this committee. I have been fortunate enough to have 2 amazing commissioners lead this committee, and I've learned so much from all of the people I've interacted with during my time at the ESA committee. I have been shown the utmost respect and consideration during the ESA planning meetings, as well as the monthly meetings led by President Simmons and now Commissioner Santiago. Not only am I learning about required state education laws and decrees we have to follow, I was also learning about different departments, their functions, and the amazing teams that keep them going. I've been able to make suggestions, ask questions, and get answers directly from the people working in this district just as hard as me. The relevant conversations and noteworthy inquiries that we have streamed to the public during the ESA committee meetings will no longer happen if it's all dropped to a report. The final decision to keep or dissolve the ESA committee ultimately lies with this board. I echo the sentiments that have been shared in the public, hopefully will be shared during this meeting, to keep this committee. And I feel that strongly, taking away this committee would be taking away an opportunity for parents to be at the table, make suggestions, ask questions, and get answers directly from the people in this district who are doing the hard work. My ask is that we keep this committee and continue to focus on the success and equity of our students as the loving and devoted community that I know we all are. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Okay. I'm going to circle back to the Zoom. Has Ms. Anderson been able to join the Zoom? And so we will move forward with an in-person community member, Ms. Lori Thomas.
Good evening. I'm here tonight for 2 reasons. One, to ask why I have yet to hear from the interim superintendent concerning the budget document I emailed to Commissioner Patterson, who told me he forwarded it to the interim superintendent. Secondly, I want our parents and community to know that according to the superintendent at the time, the future for this district is another 4 years of failure, not even meeting current New York State average scores by 2028, which are abysmal in themselves. For that reason, I have applied for the position of Superintendent of the Rochester City School District. The community, parents especially, must know who has applied for this position and what the applicant's vision is for our children. The community, especially parents, must know how closely the applicants come to meeting their requirements for superintendent. We have the right to know who applied for the position, not just who was chosen from the list of applicants. As well, community members, including parents, should have the right to interview the applicants, not simply meet with the individual chosen by the board. For too long, our children have suffered at the hands of a district that has chosen a superintendent who is unable to meet the challenges of a failing system. Observing our children's gifts and talents to create success will replace the process of testing them to discover their disabilities, leading to their failure. As superintendent, I will make sure parents are appreciated and respected for allowing us to educate their child. Teachers will no longer feel the pressure to comply with state standard practices and district control, but will be encouraged to explore their gifts and talents by sharing knowledge with students instead of giving students information and expecting them to regurgitate it onto a test. Because New York State has opened the process to a regionalistic approach to education, the opportunity exists for the initiation of a system of education that will support all of the stakeholders in the process while being beneficial to the taxpayers who are tired of spending billions on the miseducation of our children. It has been proven that the Montessori system of education is effective, efficient, and successful. Implementing this educational concept in the RCSD must be done at all levels with the Courthart Group beginning in the 2025-26 school year. As students realize that the adults in their educational experience actually believe in their abilities, when they are invited to explore their interest, the chronic absenteeism we currently experience will decline measurably and attendance will increase exponentially. As parents realize that teachers believe in their children, these stakeholders will be able to work together to discover and direct the natural abilities of the child, leading to success. It is up to the community, especially parents, to demand that they be made aware of who will be in charge of the system of education that your children will be exposed to. We can no longer be complacent, leaving the decision to 7 people as to who will lead our district and our children to success. We must, as a concerned community, make the choice ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Okay, and we're going to go back up to the virtual, and it looks or appears that Ms. Anderson has joined us. So our next speaker will be Toyin Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I apologize, everyone, because I was in a room waiting. I don't know what was happening, so I apologize. But good evening and thank you, everyone. I'm Toyin Anderson, and I am here this evening to speak on the ESA committee and the need to have this committee to continue. I am calling because I sat on this committee for about 4 to 5 years before the first pause of this committee. And I would love to say this is the one committee. I know it's also the committee that is not necessarily required, but I'm going to say it is required and needed because this is the one committee that allows the parents and our community to know what's happening, to be able to take the temperature, to give input on what is happening in our schools, what is happening with our children. And I sat there as a parent representative, and I had the honor of giving input, perspective, and ideas that were implemented, received, and welcomed from our CSD staff that was in the room. Because I'm a firm believer that parents have to be true partners in the process and not afterthought. So we need to be at the table as decisions are being made, because there's a perspective that parents bring that members of the board or the district sometimes cannot ask or implement. So we're the ones with the lived experience. Our kids are going through the process. Our voice needs to be heard. I am asking this committee to please do not remove this committee, because that means to me that we're removing the parents' voice. And I say that in the sense that the ability for parents in real time next to the board's elected officials that we ask to help support to make sure our district and community is thriving. It's removing us from being able to partner truly and give perspective as parents. We need this committee to continue. I was honored to serve on this committee. I learned a lot. And like I said, it definitely helps make sure that our schools are operating at its optimum to make sure our kids are getting what they need. No, it's not required by law, but we should require it because we say we want to make sure children are doing well. Children come with parents and families and caregivers, and our perspective is needed. So please, I'm asking you, as a former ESA parent representative, to continue to provide a space for parents to share, partner, and be able to give perspective on how our children's future should be shaped, and how success should look for us and our families.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
have been heard this evening, and so that concludes our speakers portion of the agenda this evening. Thank you again. We're going to move forward, and we're going to go into our advisory council reports. We're going to start with Ms. Hazel Roberts, our Student Leadership Congress president.
Hi guys, you're so cute, you're so cute. Good evening, everyone. The Student Leadership Congress held its in-person meeting on January 8th, 2025, with students from East High, Edison Tech, Wilson Magnet, Early College, and the School of the Arts in attendance. We are also honored to welcome Commissioner Santiago as a special guest speaker who shared insights on the legislative breakfast. As mentioned at the last board meeting, the school climate and culture survey for students, parents, and staff is open until February 3rd. A quick shout out to East, Upper, and Lower for currently having the highest number of students completing the survey to date. To encourage participation, I've sent robocalls to families on Mondays and an email to the student population. This survey is incredibly important as it helps us gather valuable data to improve our schools and highlight the great things happening across our district. So I urge everyone to participate. Your feedback matters. Attention seniors, parents, and guardians. There are so many scholarship opportunities available for students pursuing higher education. Applications are open for scholarships from the Rochester Education Foundation and the Rochester Area Community Foundation. Additionally, there are many other scholarships out there, so apply for every opportunity you're eligible for. This month, I had the privilege of serving as a panelist for Action for a Better Communities Youth Solutions for a Better Rochester event. It was an incredible experience. While I had the chance to share my perspective, I also learned so much from the other youth leaders, whether it was their experiences or approaches. It reinforced the shared goals we all have for our community, even if our methods differ. I'm looking forward to many opportunities like this in the future. The Congress also held a follow-up meeting this month on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This meeting allowed us to reconnect, reflect, and assess our progress. We discussed the legislative breakfast again, the school climate and culture survey, and other ways to amplify student voice. We also explored potential collaborations with additional youth organizations to enhance our impact. In conclusion, the Student Leadership Congress January meetings were productive and engaging. The Congress asked insightful questions that helped move our initiatives forward. We are very excited to carry this momentum into the second half of the year. Thank you for your time and stay warm.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Okay, so next we have our Parent Leadership Advisory Council. I don't see a report attached there. So we're going to move on to our Bilingual Education Council, and we'll hear from Ms. DeVeth.
President Simmons, at this time, I do not see Ms. Garcia in the room. The monthly BEC report is posted to Board Docs.
Okay, thank you. And there is no report for the Special Education Parent Advisory Council noted either. So at this time, the board may convene into executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment, promotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of particular persons in pending or current litigation with general counsel. I'd like to entertain a motion to move into executive session at this time.
So moved?
Motion.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
We are going to exit into executive session at this time. And thank you for your patience. Welcome back. We're going to reconvene our board meeting this evening. We're going to move forward into our board reports portion of the agenda. We're going to start with our ESA committee report. Commissioner Santiago?
Hello, Rochester community. The Equity and Student Achievement Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. The SA Committee met to receive the 2025 through 2026 Summer and Extended School Year Plan, as presented by Expanded Learning Director Alicia Thomas and Special Director Melissa Pittman. Commissioners engaged in thoughtful dialogue related to program outcomes, cost, and progress monitoring. Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 at 6 p.m. will be the next ESA committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. And at this time, I would like to entertain a motion to accept the unaudited January, well, no, actually, we're going to hear from, let me follow the script, guys. We're going to actually hear from Mike Mahaney, who is stepping in for someone tonight. That's why I didn't have your name. So thank you for Derek Blair. So thank you, Mr. Mahaney, for joining us this evening, and he will be providing our financial report.
All right. Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Commissioners, and our community at home. If you will look first at our cash flow on page 7. We ended November with $257 million in cash.
If you don't mind, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you could just speak into the mic a little more so we can and project a little
Sure.
bit. Thank you.
We ended November with $257 million in cash. In December, we had $107 million in receipts and transfers. $87 million leave us in disbursements, leaving with $277 million on December 31st. If you could go to page 7, you'll see that our cash flow tends to be the lowest of the year in December into January. We get a large payment on January 31st from New York State, and you'll see the remaining of the year, our budget, or excuse me, our cash is rather high compared to previous in the year. Our revenue summaries on page 9. Our general fund revenue projections has largely stayed the same. We have some minor changes from the adopted versus the current budget, and we've received $297 million so far, about 1/3 of our revenues. Again, that's pretty typical. Most of our funding is from the state, and they give us our funding generally in the second half of the year. If you go back to page 2. On page 2, you will see our special aid changes. We received Afghan refugee grant, increased amount from our adopted budget by about $2 million. Addition to that, about $193,000 in rollover from 2024. We also received a grant award from Monroe County for an individual to help support youth and justice and transferring between our county services and our school related to that youth and justice. On the bottom of the page, you'll see our projected revenues and appropriate fund balance. The change from the start of the year, we increased our general fund appropriations by $12.7 million, and that is 1.4%. Our special aid, our grants, we've increased by $7 million, or 5.5%, and our food service is unchanged. If you could go to page 3. On page 3, you'll see our appropriations by function. Currently, our general fund available balance is $412 million, or 44%. Special aid is $64 million, or 47%, and our food service is just under $10 million, or 36%. On pages 15 through 23, you'll see all the budget transfers that we made in December. These are budget transfers going in and out of accounts for several reasons. At the bottom of the page, you'll see our capital fund budget summary. Our cash capital remaining available balance is $31.7 million, and our bond funding is just under $10 million at $9.6 million. If you go to the next page. We had one large transfer in the capital fund, and that was $157,000, and that was to fund the purchase of 500 radios in our security department. Our charter school enrollment right now on January 1st was 8,266 kids. If our enrollment trend continues, we will have roughly a positive variance compared to our budget of $7.9 million. And that detail is listed on page 37. If you could go to the following page. Our Oracle is well underway, as you know. Our EPM, which is our budgeting system, is live currently. We are using that to budget next year's budget. Our HCM, Human Capital Management, and ERP, Enterprise Resource Management systems, are currently in system integration testing. We've been in system integration testing in December, all of January, and that'll conclude probably in February before we move on to user acceptance testing and going live on 7/1. And that concludes my reports. If you have any questions.
Thank you for this report, Mr. Mahaney. Did I say that right?
Mahaney, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. I did have a question on page 37. So based on the projection that you're talking about, it looks like there's a trend of students returning to the district from charter. Does that tend to fluctuate from?
Yeah, this is typical. At the beginning of the school year, before students are even with us in the summer, our enrollment tends to be far lower than what we have in September and beyond. Then by Bed's Day, typically is our peak, and we get students returning to us in the second semester.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask that really, really quick, but this is great financial. I'm going to start to my far right, and I'm going to open up for questions at this time. Commissioner Griffin?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Can you tell me, I don't know if this is a question you can have answer you have for me, or something that has to be further researched. How do we put a cap on this? It seems as though, Oracle is asking for money over and over again, but we're not getting results that we need in a fast time. So how do we put a cap on this so we cannot continually giving money to Oracle? Is there a cap on this at all?
Our delivered contract is based on deliverables, regardless of how much time and effort it takes them. So that's based on us going live, not necessarily on the people hours that they have to put in to get us to go live.
So, one more question. How does this compare to like Workday? That's another process in Oracle. So we have Oracle, we have Workday. So that's something that is different from Oracle, but how is it, does Oracle work somewhat like Workday too? Workday too, I'm sorry?
Yeah, those are all large-scale enterprise systems. There's several vendors who are global vendors like Oracle, Workday. The county's implementing Workday as we speak. So it'd be a competitor to Oracle, and they would deliver relatively similar functions.
Yeah, it's just baffling to me kind of that all of the other city ordinance have used Workday, and we go into Oracle when we could all be talking to each other on the same platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Patterson?
Yes, thank you. I had two questions. Oracle was one of them. And as far as our fiduciary responsibility, when it comes to funding, and I don't know if I'm stepping outside my role as governance when I asked, Madam President, can we see that contract, or Superintendent, can we see that contract for Oracle? Because we're investing multi-millions, that's my understanding, in Oracle, and there's no end date. No disrespect to you, I'm just asking a question. but I think we need to get a handle on Oracle. I don't know enough about Oracle, and for me to speak educatedly relative to it, to you and the superintendent asking questions, I have to have a little bit more knowledge relative to Oracle. So if we can have maybe in a retreat or somewhere, or somehow we can discuss Oracle a little bit more in depth, because with this gap we're talking about, the $38 million gap, 37, whatever it is, that, we have a responsibility to get a handle on things that, from my perspective, it's kind of out of hand right now. It's like Oracle just keeps going and going and going. I understand the importance of it and how everything's supposed to meet and talk to one another. I get that, but, as a board member, I'm more interested in the begin date and the end date. Was there a contract for a certain amount? And how much have we gone over that amount at this point in time? And as my colleague said, is there an end date? So those are some of the questions I have. Maybe we can have a conversation offline or in a retreat or something like that, or an executive session, but it needs to be a conversation, that we have the answers to this question. Secondly, when it comes to radios, because of technology, you just said you invested in, I don't know how much in new radios. I couldn't see it up there, but because of the changes so rapid in technology, have we looked into leasing these radios like the sheriff's department does, like the RPD does, like the state police does? Have we looked into leasing them opposed to purchasing them, because the advancement in technology and radio waves and all that other stuff that comes into place, towers and, what works better, OEC, the Office of Emergency Communications, they all lease radios in the place of purchasing. So I guess that's a question for you too.
Yeah, the radios we purchase are for individual sites. So you will have a radio at, a particular high school, and it'll be able to reach their athletic fields everywhere inside the premise. They aren't radios that, like a police department would be, reaching, citywide or countywide. So these are individually, $340, something like that. They're not a whole lot of money where you would necessarily be looking to do long-term leases on them. But I don't know, to answer your question, I don't know that we necessarily have looked into it, but this is pretty typical for radios that we need to span the distance that we are.
Yeah, so again, in cost-saving measure, those are something someone should be doing, looking into it and saying, hey, can we save here? Is it, are we going to save in the long run because of advancement in technology and things like that? So I want to become more, I would hope this entire board will want to become more proactive relative to reactive. That's all.
Thank you,
so,
Commissioner Patterson. No questions from Commissioner Santiago at this time. I do want to just level set the conversation around Oracle just a bit, because I do recognize that as commissioners, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and we can always call that to question, as far as voting on Oracle, we kind of initiated the contract by voting on it. And so we did get that contract going. And these are funds they're covered by ARPA. Oracle's covered by ARPA funds, am I correct? Okay, so everyone voted yes and had received some information. I do also want us to make sure we're looking at the updates and reports on how Oracle is moving forward right now. But I do think we can have some follow-up conversation. Vice President Malloy, did you have anything?
Thank you so much for your presentation, and fantastic, great information, and glad to see things are moving forward. But to others' points, just I'm sure it would be beneficial for many board members to understand procurement and how that works in the future. Thank you. Again, all that information is available, though, if we just ask for it.
Questions from the dais at this time? Yes, Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly talk about Oracle as well. And to your point, the board voted on this. We do get Oracle reports, but this is not going to be, unfortunately, a cheap solution for the district, because previous boards did not upgrade the systems. And part of this system this particular system, RCSD, being inefficient, working on outdated systems. And that is part of the issue, unfortunately. And it impacts our finances, it's impacted accounting in the past, it's impacted being able to process payroll in a much faster approach. And so I do look forward, but I just would like the public to understand that as commissioners, we voted on this, we got the information, we get monthly and quarterly updates on Oracle. We definitely get presentations from our chief of information systems and IT, and lastly, you know, it's extremely, I'm just going to say, I'm frustrated that we have commissioners who get this information and then ask questions like they don't know what the hell's going on. And it's extremely frustrating, especially given the times of ignorance in this country that we're fighting, that our own board members who probably voted on this, I'm going to pull up that resolution and see which one of the commissioners voted on it, and then don't understand the impact of it. And as someone who has worked in large systems, both MCC and Rochester Regional Health, when they merge with Unity, that we're dealing with that level of system integration and change and upgrades. That is not something quick and easy. And it will take us years even to get all of our staff on board, all of our staff trained. It is not a quick turnaround. So I just want the public to also understand that when we're making this level of change, yes, it's going to cost us because we should have did it 20 years ago and we should have kept up with the times, but also it is going to take time. It is not something that is going to be quickly done. And Oracle is cloud-based, so hopefully in the future, this district never has to live in ancient times with technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Elliott, did you have any statements or questions?
Yes, thank you. So going back to the cash on hand, I see that it's 277 million. Wasn't it last month 285 million? Or what, you know, what was it last year? It seems like this is a decrease, and I'd like to know why.
That is probably due to timing of our grants. Last year, we were getting a lot of revenue from ARP.
No, you spent something, because you had 285 last month, I believe. Superintendent, you want to? Yeah.
I can, if you can pull
But
up.
I see on hand it's 277 million for this month.
Commissioner Elliott, can you direct them to the page you're looking at, so Superintendent can also grab that?
In the beginning of the
Are
pages.
you on page 7? Or the
Wherever you have, where it says cash on hand, 277 million. I had my sheet on another.
I do see a 277 million on page 1, potentially. I'm not sure.
Let me go back. Let me deal. Okay. Thank you. He had mentioned, you had mentioned 277 million, but I also saw it on one of the pages, so there's a decrease of that, yeah.
The disbursements were 87 million in the month, leaving us with 277 remaining.
Yeah, it's on page 1, yeah. So I guess my question is, and maybe I don't understand it well, but we had budgeted for different items that were on disbursements. So there was 287 million, and then there is 277 million. So what I'm thinking is if there were disbursements, that would be a wash according to the budget. And so I'm thinking, you know, unless there's, you know, some decrease in terms of investment rates or something to that effect, that we still should have 285 million in our cash on hand, unless I'm not understanding something.
Is that 287 million you're speaking of our
Cash
audited
on hand, we had it.
financials?
So, Mr. Mahaney, she's talking
287.
about the very first page, total disbursements,
Yeah, last time,
87,364,410.
Yeah, so
And
it's
she's asking, where was the subtraction? Where did that subtraction actually take place? If you can't answer that, then what we'll do is direct it to the question log and bring it to Commissioner Elliott as soon
Yeah, I
as
guess what I'm
possible.
saying is that I don't want us spending that money if we don't have to. I'm real concerned about that. Just because we have it on hand, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And I want everybody to be cognizant of that we are spending judiciously because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And so, you know, this is not a pot where we can just, you know, spend now. We have to be very judicious about our resources. So if you can check on that for me, I'd appreciate it. Then
The 87 million is made up of $54 million in accounts payable
I didn't say 87 million, I said 285 million. At one point, I don't know if it was last month or the month before, but we had on hand, cash on hand, around 285. You could research that. My point is, Mr. Superintendent, I just want us to be judicious in terms of how we spend money. We don't have it, we can't afford to spend it recklessly. That's my concern. And then, and then my next question is Beds Day, when you talked about the charter schools. Because if the Beds Day is the determining factor of how money is received, right? And so they make sure that they have a high enrollment rate on Beds Day, but then they're bringing them back to the district. And so I just want to put that on record, that this truly is about money for those. It's not about that they really want to educate our kids, but it's about the money that they can receive. And so I just want us to be mindful of that and make sure that we're taking notice of that on Beds Day, they make sure they have the students in, but then afterwards, they're sending them back to the city school district, and that really is unfair. But that's not for you, I'm just talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. And so not only are they sending them back, but after Beds Day, when they do send them back, the data and maybe lack of performance gets counted with the district as well. I'm going to give the mic to Superintendent Strickland at this time.
Good evening again. I would like to say that you all are having great conversations around the financial report. Just quickly, we are not allowed to pull out of the fund balance without a board resolution. So,
and what's in the fund balance?
285. The numbers just just happen to be close. And as Mr. Mahaney was going to say, that 87 million actually has like all of our bills, our payroll, our just day-to-day operations, which is why you see the decrease.
No, then I misspoke this, because the 285 million still is a general.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
And everything I said, forget
fund
it.
balance. So we also need our state monitor to get approval
Yes.
for those transfers.
Thank you.
Just to be very clear.
Yeah.
And also wanted to let you know a little bit about the charter school payments. So even if students are returned back to the district has set up payments to charter schools quarterly so that we do not lose out on ample amounts of money if, in fact, a student is returned to the district, which does happen, tends to happen after Beds Day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna stick to my left, and then I'll end at my right, and I'm gonna go with Vice President Malloy at this time.
Thank you. And Dr. Strickland, just to piggyback on what you were saying about charter schools, can it take, or it's my understanding at least, that to reconcile those funds, it can take sometimes up to a year or longer to get those monies back?
Very much so. That's why we have to be judicious, and we went to a quarterly type system so that it actually makes it easier to collect those funds that may have been dispersed in the event that they came back closer to certain cutoff dates.
So that is the reconciliation process is sped up a bit?
That's a part of the reconciliation process. It also has to do with the amount of special education services that have been provided, as that is the district's responsibility at times. Sometimes English language learners, just various components that we're still responsible for. We're also responsible for transportation, as you know, food service, various things that go into that process.
Logistical challenges.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so Commissioner Patterson, then we'll end with Commissioner Graff. And if we can do like one question here.
Just a quick
and
question
then-
for you.
And then Commissioner Griffin, and we'll move on to the next. Yes, sir.
Yep. So I never received the response relative to my question, with the request to see the contract for Oracle. No one supplied me with an answer relative to that.
Council, really
You
quick,
voted for it.
can you weigh in on what is the procedure around wanting to see a contract that has gone before the board, but it's still, we have the information?
I mean, the district can provide that to the commissioner via the question log. Fully executed contracts are public record. to the degree that they're not certain confidential terms that we have to keep confidential, certain proprietary information of an organization that would put them at a competitive or legal disadvantage, but we can make that available to the commissioner.
So that would need to be redacted, and and the contract went forward based on our vote and support.
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
There are authorizing resolutions for the contract and for any amendments to the contract, but that information can be provided to the commissioner.
So that will be a yes, we can have access to the contracts.
But
So, Rahima, could you
it's in the question log.
and put that in the question log for me?
A request has been entered. in the-
Question
We're
log,
gonna end
thank
with
you.
you one question, and we're done with this.
Thank you, President Simmons. I understand, first of all, that the Oracle contract was approved and the money was coming, that came out of ARPA, correct? Is that correct? Okay. So I guess the question is, and I think it's for me and my colleague to the left of me, was basically, when there's things, when there's extra money that needs to be given, where's that money coming from? To Commissioner Elliott's point, we don't want to use money from the general fund balance, so where's that money coming from? It was a concern that we had. We don't want to keep spending money. And so what are we doing with that money? Where's that money coming from Oracle when they're asking for more dividends? Can that be answered?
So the three large transfers, or the three large amounts that the board voted on for Oracle, were all under ARP funds. Those all came to the Board of Education to actually vote on those items. The last one being right before I took office on July 1st. You voted on a Oracle resolution
Right.
on June something 2024. If in the event, and I will say that I've been extremely judicious with Oracle executive leadership team. My team can all attest to being involved in that process, bringing them to the table to understand where we are in the process and making sure things are moving along for a go-live date of July 1st, so that we are not providing any additional funds to them. That definitely has happened. In the event that more money would need to be used that is not for regular ongoing operating maintenance, that would have to go to the board. That would have to come to board for your approval. But at this time, I do not intend on needing to do that.
Okay, so all the money that is used, that we have from Oracle, from ARPA, are already used, or as part of the money that we're still giving them? So we're not giving any money out of any type of general funds for additional funds needed for Oracle, is the concern. So we're good there. Is that correct?
We are good there.
record.
After we go live in July, we will have to budget every year for just regular operating costs, which is what any type of system, you would need to do that with any type of system, just for ongoing maintenance, support. But some of their support is actually included within the contract, so they don't just leave. But again, we have to continue to budget some funds to sustain and make sure we don't actually fall into this boat that we're currently in, which was being so antiquated that it has taken an insurmountable amount of time to get it off the ground.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Superintendent Strickland, Commissioner Griffin, for your question. And I encourage everyone to just take a look at some past Oracle resolutions that we all collectively passed, I believe, and it'll give you some information. And then also pay attention to the updates that come, and I think they may be weekly, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll give us some updates and help us maintain a pulse on some of the concerns we have. Mr. Mahaney, I truly appreciate you, your time and patience, and thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we got to vote on this. Thank you. But thank you for your presentation this evening on the financial report. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to pass the financial report or accept this financial report.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Santiago. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes. Okay, we're still in the report section. We're gonna We're gonna move forward. Okay, at this particular time, we're just gonna go into a brief president's report, and just sharing a brief vision, which is just for us to continue to prioritize our students in every decision we make, ensuring that our actions consistently serve in their best interests. Anywhere they place their feet on this world stage, they should thrive, and our responsibility is to create the conditions for them to do so. So I'm currently navigating the onboarding process. I do want to state that I am committed to maintaining stability and evaluating our work as a board in alignment with the student outcomes-focused governance model and the practices presented in its best fit. I'm energized by the opportunity to support and lead this particular work. An update for the community and the board as well. Of course, we know that we are working in partnership with HIA on our superintendent search. So far, we have had some community engagement sessions on behalf by HIA, who's helped shape leadership profiles and used to assess candidates' qualifications. And again, this was under the guidance of Dr. Joseph at HIA. The board will proceed with the next steps of the interview process, and we will be sure to keep the community updated as we proceed. Leadership meetings. In collaboration with the administration, we are restructuring the weekly leadership meetings, and additional information will be shared soon. If commissioners have any recommendations, please feel free to reach out to me or Board Clerk Nguyen, and we will take those into consideration to ensure that we have a collective understanding and agreement on how these leadership meetings can be shaped. Community school visits. The Black Coat ceremony for school number 9 was attended. I don't have a date in front of me, and I'm not recalling it right now, but it was a wonderful, wonderful ceremony to watch our babies receive their black coats. Also, I did attend the Rochester Building Trades Council luncheon. Other meetings and events, meeting with Mayor Evans, Rochester Joint Schools Construction Board, a meeting with the state monitor and fiscal consultant, one-on-one with general counsel, and a few other meetings. And so as I shape and gain understanding of this particular role, I will keep you all updated. And of course, I'm working very closely with Superintendent Strickland at this time. That concludes the president's report. Okay, we're going to move into our superintendent's report.
Yes.
And thank you.
Great evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, fellow commissioners, community, staff, families, and most importantly, our students. I am excited to bring you a very important updates regarding our facilities modernization project and school configuration, as well as my January report updates. So we are in the beginning phases of phase number 3 of our facilities modernization plan. This includes school number 9, which is our Martin Luther King Jr. School, Wilson Commencement High School, Edison East Padilla, and finally our Douglas campus. They are all included in our phase 3 of the facilities modernization plan. I'm bringing this report to you because additional swing space has been identified as critical for project needs. We are bound by different rules and expectations to get these projects done by a little after 2030, and it calls for some shifting in the spaces of our students in this district. There's plans that have been developed to optimize resources while prioritizing student success. So we want to be very clear, student success is at the forefront. I want to remind you all and the public that our current operating capacity is 35,936 students. Our current enrollment is 22,100 students that are in the Rochester City School District. And that's about 61% of operating capacity, and that as of 2 days ago. Even if we were able to pull all of our students back from charter, we would still be not operating at capacity. So I want to continue to bring those data to the forefront. Again, 61% occupancy. So, as stated before, there's additional facilities modernization plan swing space that are needed, and there have been various options that were to be considered in this process. This swing space that we need, which was identified by the plan, the F&P plan in its originality, was to have Jefferson High School serve as swing space for schools that are being modernized. So in order to do that, we needed to be able to ensure that Jefferson did not have, had available space for those schools that need to be modernized. We had two different options because, as you may know, that Jefferson is occupied by the Andrew Langston Middle School as well as the Rochester International Academy program. And we, again, as stated before, need that space for swing space so that we can move another school into that space so that we are able to begin the construction. We also could choose to close a school. Northwest Middle School at the Douglas campus would close at the end of the 24-25 school year, and the Andrew Langston Middle School would move to the Douglas campus. Continuing to look at that footprint, as I made mention a few slides ago, we see that we're still currently over capacitated. We have a lot of space and not enough students to fill in that space. And that is in particular in the Northwest zone. So I just want to be very clear on that. Next slide, please. So I am bringing a recommendation forward, which would not be acted upon until the February board business meeting, which would be to close the Northwest Middle School at the Douglas campus at the end of the 24-25 school year. And we would be moving Andrew Langston, which is currently at the Jefferson campus, over to the Douglas campus, where that will be its final home this summer of 2025, so that Jefferson can serve as swing space as it was originally intended to. Next slide. We have various criteria that are in line that have caused us to come up with the need to continuously work on reducing the district's footprint. Our 2024-29 through 29 strategic plan goals really talk about improving student achievement, and that also means putting high-quality teachers in front of students. We do have substitute teachers that are per diem, which they are very great, but we all know that we need folks that are identified as highly qualified in front of our students at all times. This is good for long-term financial planning. We have to maintain some stability in our finances, as we have done for the past few years, and it is my responsibility to ensure that that continues to happen. I need to remind everyone on the dais and the public that we do have an academic and a financial plan that really guides the work that I am supposed to lead each and every single day. And these are the recommendations that are in the academic and financial plan that actually call for things that could be revered as more drastic in nature, which means closing schools. Next slide. We also continue to look at the district capacity and the utilization. So again, we are still 61% enrolled only. That means 39% of our space is not being used. And finally, we have school accountability status. Northwest Junior High was the only middle school that was not, that did not really undergo any changes during reconfiguration. It is a school that is of CSI status. In looking at the data at Northwest Middle School or Northwest Junior High on the northeast side of Rochester, we have seen some decreases in the English language arts scores, and there is a possibility of running into a receivership risk. Whereas Andrew Langston has just been opened at the start of the 24-25 school year. They would simply be taking their beds code from the Jefferson campus and having their beds code now live at the Douglas campus. Here is how the new footprint would look for the start of the 25-26 school year. And the only two changes here would be that the Northwest Zone would only have one middle school where students would attend, and that's the Thurgood Marshall Middle School at the Charlotte campus. And the second change is just showing that East Lower would no longer be a citywide option, but it is in fact a school in our most populous zone, which is the northeast section of the city of Rochester. As for student transitions, really wanted to take into account how does this impact our scholars, our students, because they are the reason why we do this work. And how can we minimize the disruption as much as possible? So current Andrew Langston 7th graders, they can finish their middle school years at the new Andrew Langston Middle School, which would be at the Douglas campus, or they can remain in their zone and attend the Thurgood Marshall Middle School. So we are giving those current 7th graders that will be 8th graders next school year the option as to which school they would like to attend. Secondly, current Northwest 7th graders, those are the students that are 7th graders at the Northwest Middle School, will be remaining at the Douglas campus, just as Andrew Langston Middle School students, because that's the place that will hold the beds code for Andrew Langston. And then all incoming 7th graders, which are our current 6th graders, they have not been affected. They are currently in their pre-kindergarten through 6th grade schools. If they are in the Northwest, they would all simply be attending the Thurgood Marshall Middle School, or they would be attending a citywide if they need to, or if they are accepted, or they choose to, excuse me. So the next steps, it is extremely important for me to have a conversation with the Northwest community. I definitely will be there, myself and my team, to take copious notes to ensure that their voices have been heard. And after hearing all the various notes and thinking about the plan that has been put forth, which is very important to gather both students and family voices as well as staff voices. You will have a finalized plan brought to you on February 27th of next month, which is at the board business meeting. I am now going to quickly move into just a few remaining slides and then open it up to President Simmons and the rest of the commissioners for questions. Just a reminder, the school selection process for students who are going into grades kindergarten, 7th and 9th grade next September. This process is completely online, and the deadline is February 21st, 2025. And families can access this information, the school selection information at rcsdk12.org/school selection. I want to give a big shout out to Messiah Hampton, a James Monroe High School junior, for earning a spot in the exclusive Nike The Next One's Elite Invitational. Talk about next level talent. Messiah got his official invite at the Buffalo Bills game, Go Bills, and will be heading to New Orleans during the Super Bowl week in February, and I would definitely chaperone that trip. This is huge. He will see behind-the-scenes actions from one of the biggest events in sports and show off his skills in a competition with 31 other top athletes from across the country. Monroe is the jewel of the city, and we cannot wait to see Messiah make it shine even brighter. I hope you will join us for a celebration with our students and families next month when we recognize Black History Month. Each year, we recognize students for their exceptional academic accomplishments, community service, and leadership. This year's celebration will take place Wednesday, February 5th at 5:30 p.m. right here in Conference Room 3A3B at Central Office. This is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the rich cultural contributions that have shaped our society. January is School Board Recognition Month, and I want to thank all of our commissioners for all of the hard work you do on behalf of our students, families, and staff. I am grateful for your partnership and appreciative of your collaboration on the important work we do throughout the course of the year. I know that together we will make significant strides to continue to improve our district. And with that being said, that concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Strickland. Open to questions. Are there any questions at this time?
So, Mr. Superintendent, in terms of
Elliott?
in terms of place enrollment and placement.
Yes.
And I heard you talk about the reconfiguration and that we have just 60% capacity.
Yes.
I'd like to see us to be able to do some kind of plan about recruiting more students in our
Absolutely.
district. And so that way we don't have to turn schools back to the city, buildings back to the city. And I just think that we're having some great programs, and it's a great time to be in the Rochester City School District. So if there's an opportunity, not that just we open it up and we receive them, but that we're being assertive about a plan to recruit them, offering them some of the opportunities that we have in this district. So
Absolutely. That would be one of my number one missions, is to ensure that we don't lose students and that we are able to gain. One of the practices in my former district that I've been fortunate to be a part of is to replicate programs that are successful and that are in high demand, and that's something that we need to do in order to open up more spaces for our students and to provide more access to high quality programs. But most importantly, we need to ensure that all of our programs and facilities are of high quality and serve our parents and students well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin?
For me, I guess my biggest problem is the instability of the district. When we knew prior to the reconfiguration that we were going to, this was on the forefront, uprooting our kids again and again and showing the instability is a big problem for me, when we could have possibly made a difference prior to in the reconfiguration. Yes, I agreed to the reconfiguration. I did, but I know better, I do better. And knowing how it has put our children and our parents in such a big disadvantage, it bothers me. And here we go again. So I have a big concern about this project that you have presented here today in reference to the remodernization and the reconfiguration of this district. I have big concerns, and I've expressed them, and I will continue to express them. I think this needs to be revisited. I think that other people need to be at the table. I don't know who put this together, but I'm very frustrated for everyone involved that's outside listening, because this is something that we cannot continue to do and uproot our kids and not showing them stability. I don't agree with this at all. I do not agree with any step of this process.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Did you want to respond?
So definitely understand, Commissioner Griffin, your concerns. That's probably, at the forefront of not wanting to move students. You don't want to disrupt learning environments. I just want to remind you, again, the current operating capacity is 35,936 students. If we were to bring all of our charter school students back, we would be above 30,000. And it's all together because of the fact that those are all the students in the city of Rochester. I just wanted to make mention. However, space is needed to help continue to modernize our facilities, throughout the district. I mentioned school number 9, Wilson Magnet High School, East Edison, the Douglas campus. Those are all being modernized, so we need to make moves of those spaces so that we can use Jefferson as swing space. And last but not least, one of the things that my predecessor continuously said is that, you know, the large reconfiguration that happened last year, that was a great step in the right direction.
No, it wasn't.
However, we need to be sure that we are going to continue to look at the district's footprint, and that is what is consistently being done in accordance to our academic and financial plan.
Okay, I just want to finalize this with this. What I'm saying to you, I understand the kids need to be moved. What I'm in a disagreement with, so the public knows what I'm in disagreement with, I'm for remodernization. That's not what I'm saying. So let's make that very clear. But this, if you ask me, with our budget in the way it's been in the past, it should have been done years ago. So that's not my problem. My problem is closing the school, and then changing the name, changing it to something that I feel like Frederick Douglass should stay Frederick Douglass, because he's an upstanding person in this community. So I don't think we should be changing, having Andrew Laceton go over there and stay at Frederick Douglass. I don't think that should happen, and I think I voiced that. I don't think that should happen. So I just want the public to know, I'm not talking about the remodernization and the movement of the schools. I'm talking about any closure of a school, and I'm talking about the renaming of the school, and the fact that we did a reconfiguration that I feel, again, that was bad, and changing with all this room that we have and all these square footage at Jefferson, 270,000 feet, 76,000 or 72,000 feet at Douglas. These schools are staples in our community, and we need to make sure that we're doing the right things. And I don't feel, Marshall's out there, we could use Marshall as a swing school too. That was in the Americas before. So for me, what we've done in the past is affecting our children's future. And that was the reconfiguration program from last year. That's what I'm referring to. Let's make that clear.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Superintendent Strickland, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions? Commissioner Patterson, and I'm just going to move my way back in this way.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure that, we're all clear as a team, right? So I do mention some things, but I never mention things to cause an argument or a disagreement between us. But, I just do it for clarity. So one thing I want to make sure what our priority is, and if I'm wrong, I hope someone on this board would tell me. But, there was just some mention relative to, where'd I put it at now? Well, let me just get into it. Increased student enrollment. That's not our number one priority, and that shouldn't be our number one priority, to increase student enrollment. Our priority should be student outcomes. And if I could just hear that, more often, that's our priority, because we can't, again, bring students back when we're having problem with kids reading on grade level, when we're having, our kids aren't graduating on time, or they aren't college or career ready. So, that's just something that I think we have to speak more of, and I would hope we would, speak more of student outcomes being the priority, and then everything else, after that, so I just want to put that out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I just want to say that I know that you plan to start connecting with the community, but just to emphasize on making sure that you are talking to the parents and the students, really emphasizing on that. Of course, the staff and all that, but the parents and the students are the ones that get affected academically when it comes to these kind of transitions. And part of me, originally is like, there's enough transitions going on in this district, but also knowing the historic connection to the facilities modernization plan, knowing that since this plan has been created for so many years, that it's going to go it's going to be executed now, and there's going to have to be transitions, and we got to make decisions that can mitigate as much instability as possible, because the reality is with these facilities being modernized, which needs to happen, it also requires for us to move students around. And so we can mitigate the instability as much as possible and make sure that we're supporting these children as they go into a new school or as transitions are happening. It's important, but I have no strong standings on this until parents and students are spoken to. As I do know all the different aspects that's applied in this conversation.
Superintendent Strickland?
Yep. Very great points. Both Commissioner Patterson, definitely. When you talk about student outcomes, I'm the number one fan in making sure that we do keep student outcomes at the forefront. It was just unfortunate for the sake of this presentation was just bringing in that as a caveat to why we need to continue to reduce, unfortunately. So, but definitely noted. Commissioner Santiago, great points. I do want to let you know that last year I was able to almost attend every single student and family meeting of a school that was being closed or moved or what have you. And I'm even going to make an appearance with that staff, as I do have a deep connection with them. I was a former school chief of that school, and it would behoove me to get in front of them and really gather their feedback and provide my explanation as to what it is that caused this decision to be brought forth by me. And I can just assure you that that will definitely happen. The hope is that, guess what? Phase 3 is not the last phase. We still want to continue to modernize our facilities, and with additional funding, hopefully years down the line, we'll be in phase 4. There's been other big 5 school districts that have been going through, been able to go through 4 phases. So the goal would be that this is an ongoing process, and unfortunately, students would have to be disrupted by getting moved. Fortunately, we do have 2 schools that are large enough where they don't have to move. That being East and Edison. They can stay in place while different portions of their school are actually being renovated. And then the other schools that do have to move, Padilla being one, which they are the ones that are moving into Marshall because of the size of the student population, and with Douglas and MLK number 9, one of our large elementary schools, those are schools that have to move because they are getting intense gut type rehabilitation done to their campuses. So again, we try as much as possible not to disrupt our students. It's about our students first. Unfortunately, you have to go through the pain to get to the glory, if you will.
Thank you, Superintendent Strickland. Yeah, I remember being at East High School at the inception of the EPO, and I think they were going under renovation then. It was a gut, and there was enough of the hallway where they were able to kind of break it off. And then I've been at other schools, and you have to consider special student safety, so recognize students have to move. Just for a point of clarity for me, the Andrew Langston School moving to the Douglas campus, it would then, if that were to occur, if that were to move forward, the name of the school would be Andrew Langston at Douglas
I mean,
campus, or?
yes, absolutely. That campus is the namesake of Frederick Douglass. So it would simply be Andrew Langston Middle School at the Frederick Douglass campus. So that is not going away. And again, we're not closing the campus, and actually, they're at the tail end of the modernization. So that school will emulate truly, inside and out. And I'm not just talking about, I'm talking about the physical, what Frederick Douglass stands for, and I'm excited about that.
Madam President,
I'm sorry? Okay, I'm going to finish my questions, and then I'm going to move over here. And Commissioner Elliott, I did hear you, ma'am. I will call on you in just a moment. I was going to ask you about, I think the sentiments might have been expressed around the school closures. We had the reconfiguration in a lot of schools, and there has been a lot of transition and change. I do echo Commissioner Santiago's points around engaging families, making, seeing where they are, as you've already stated. I'm wondering if you have a pulse on, when does it stop type of thing, right? So is this the minute
Yeah.
piece?
So, I mean, I want to take you back to slide number 3. 61% of our spaces are taken up. So that's 39% of our facilities are not at full strength or full usage. It stops when student achievement or student outcomes increase. It stops when enrollment increases. And it starts, I mean, that's
And you
in
have
a
to base
sense
these
what we
decisions
have to
on
do.
enrollment.
Unfortunately, so what, in terms of last year, so many schools were closed or moved at one time. These are things that should be consistently looked at and reassessed year after year. And all of our large city district friends are also going through similar systems, and they're actually looking at Rochester for what we've done and accomplished last year and how they can do it in their cities. I will say, though, that until that 61% starts getting upwards to 85% or 90%, so on and so forth, we will have to continue to look at efficiencies. Yes, because right now we have a budget that's paying for space that's not even needed. So.
Understood, thank you. Commissioner, Vice President Malloy?
Yeah, thank you so much. And first and foremost, a lot of these things are the difficult decisions
Yes.
that in the coming years this board will have to make. But for this particular decision,
Yes.
I know I have a lot of reservations and concerns, but I want to say I understand operating capacity and how, at 61%, we can't continue down that road. It's not sustainable. And I understand the rationale behind everything. And I understand our need for swing space as we go through the FMP updates, our declining enrollment, all of that. I get it. I'm very disappointed as we move in one direction with our strategic plan, our reconfiguration. I don't know that I thought that was the end-all necessarily, but we had plans set. And like so many things in our district, now we're kind of switching those plans kind of along the way. And again, I understand the rationale, but I am really concerned for all of these students and all of those families. I'm disappointed because it looks like we're moving in one direction with the reconfiguration, and it hasn't been fully implemented, but now we're making these changes, and I'm concerned about the impact on students and families, especially when we look at our fourth goal. These are middle school students, and our fourth goal is to increase the number of students earning 5 or more credits in ninth grade from 70% up to 90% by June of 2028. My concern is on the academic impact that these transitions could potentially have. And again, I understand why we need to make tough decisions, but I'm very concerned about this high-risk population. Middle school is a horrible time for everyone, myself included. It was awful. But students and families really need to feel like they are part of what's happening. And we've just gone in one direction, and I worry how the students and families are going to feel about having gone in one direction, and now there's this big change for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Elliott?
So this is where a strategy for increasing enrollment comes into play. If we've got 39%, a vacancy rate of 39%, it would seem to me, as opposed to us being reactionary, that we would be proactive and that we would go after students who are in some of these, like our charter schools, and bring those students back. And so I don't want us to just to be reactionary. I want us to be assertive and aggressive and to go out and to recruit students for the Rochester City School District. I think that we have an opportunity to be able to tell our story. And I think if we told our story, we don't tell our story well, but that if we told our story, I believe that we would have an opportunity to increase student enrollment and we would not have to close the buildings, I need to have some energy around us increasing student enrollment. That's got to be a priority to reduce just the vacancy rate in this district. And again, I say we offer some wonderful programs, and to mitigate all of the different changes and stuff, all of the changes in terms of space, it seems to me the logical thing to do is to look at how can we enroll more students in our schools. We've got some great programs. And so I will say that I want it to be a two-pronged approach. Not that we're just closing school. I understand the cost of that. But can we mitigate that by increasing student enrollment? And I don't hear, and this is from, all the other, previous superintendents about enrollment. I know that the birth rate is going down. I understand that, but we got charter schools that got 8,000 of our students that we can recruit from. And so that's what I'm looking at, that we become competitive and we bring those students back. That way we can mitigate having to close schools. But I would also say that the naming of schools, that we have named these schools and now we're sort of reconfiguring these schools, Andrew Langston at Frederick Douglass. It can get, it's long and it can get cumbersome. And so we've got to, I believe, figure out another way in which to do that. I mean, if there's a Frederick Douglass school, there's got to be a Frederick Douglass school. If there's an Andrew Langston school, there needs to be an Andrew Langston school. So we got to do better at that, Mr. Superintendent, because it can be convoluted and also convoluted for the community. Thank you.
Okay, and then there's a difference between the campus and then the school name too, right? Okay, before we move forward, I do want to move to the Zoom screen, thank you. And that would be Commissioner LeBron, and then I would like to hear from the State Monitor. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I don't have any comments at this time. I think it's going to require the superintendent to go out and speak to the school community. Thanks.
Yeah. But before you get to the State Monitor, if I can just interject here, you had mentioned about where there's a difference between the school and the campus. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so when the schools are named, the naming of a school is one thing, and I believe that has to go through like a state protocol or what have you, but the name of the campus stays. So when I mentioned for example, the Andrew Langston, that's the name of a school, they're gonna go to the Douglas campus, so it's,
Yeah, okay.
but I hear your point about the
Right,
long.
right. And I don't want to
Yeah.
I don't want my point to get
Yeah,
missed
no
by
worries,
what you
no
said.
worries. Mhm.
Because it's still convoluted and we can play games with that. And that's what I don't want to have happen, that we're playing games with these names. I
Yeah.
mean, this board has, and other boards have identified these names. And I just think that we need to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Truthful, then that's not the word, about naming these schools and not to, get caught up in this gaming. People have come to us and asked about, these certain names, and then
Yeah.
when we have to close schools, that becomes problematic.
Gotcha.
And I want
Understood.
us to be ethical, authentic about this, and that we can communicate this
Yeah.
to the public without the games that can be perceived. that
Perceived,
we're
yes,
playing.
absolutely. Okay, so State Monitor, did you wanna weigh in?
Thank you, President Simmons, for giving me the opportunity. Closing a building is never an easy thing to do, and especially here in Rochester after the plan that was submitted last year by the superintendent that was approved by the board. And at that time, I recall that the superintendent said that, it is only the beginning because, there's the opportunity to close more buildings. It is something that, talking to other commissioners, they have said that, this should have been done many years back, since we began to lose enrollment in the district, since we began to see the birth rate going down like Commissioner Elliott said. So it is necessary. We talk about, and it's one of the recommendations in the academic plan about a campaign to get kids back into the district, which is important. But it's also important that we focus on student outcomes. If we see the graduation rate going up, if we share about the academic programs that we have in the district at all levels, elementary, middle, high school, we should be able to attract some people back into the district. People talk about reputation. People talk about programs and the things that we need to do. But if we work together, if we engage the community, if we engage the stakeholders, we should be able to move the agenda forward. Renovating buildings with students in the building is not easy. Been there, done that. It's not easy. Sometimes you have to split buildings into different locations in order to get the work done. Because if you're going to renovate a building with the students in there, it's going to take longer to get the work done. So it is a great proposal. It is something that will save the money in the future for the district. And that's one of the reasons why the district has a monitor, because there was some financial constraints in the past. So things that needs to be done. And as a board, not as a commissioner, we need to work together to continue to support the students, families, and staff in the Rochester City School District.
Thank you so very
Madam President,
much.
I have
Thank you,
a
Monitor.
last comment on that.
I'm actually going to end with Commissioner Malloy at this time, and after we hear a final question or comment, I'm going to ask that all additional comments go into the question log at this point.
This is very important, very important. It's an idea that I'd like to really put out there. If you would
Okay, I'll
allow
give
me,
you,
please.
30 seconds, but
Yes.
I'm going to do that after I go with Commissioner Malloy. Sure.
Thank you. So with this potential restructuring, what are the associated cost savings with this proposal? I think that's something that we definitely need to know as commissioners. By making this type of disruption in our students' and families' lives, what's the benefit?
So that's a fantastic question. I'm just going to be honest on this day, as I did not want to lead necessarily with numbers per se, because these are our students, our babies, they're human, and I really understand the attachments that they have to their buildings and such.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm sorry. But we're talking about upwards to $1.3 million. And that's, staffing classrooms to contractual rates. That's, making sure, again, reducing the footprints of our uncertificated teachers, getting those students in front of certificated teachers. I don't want to make assumptions at this time. However, the Andrew Langston staff is smaller than the Northwest staff. There's possibilities of some coexisting. Just being honest, there may be very little disruption because of the amount of per diem substitutes that we have in classrooms, and those students are going to be afforded a high-quality instructor. I've been to both campuses. I've seen those teachers in action, and it can be an exciting time for to bring them together, to bring the amount of certificated teachers together so that each of those students have a high-quality teacher in front of them. So yes, we're looking at upwards initially of 1.3 million, but again, there's no cost on our kids and the stability and whatnot, which is why I did not want to lead with that. But I am thinking about the future of this district and what we need to do in order to get our facilities modernized.
So does that address, in terms of that amount that you mentioned, does that address vacancies
Yes.
versus our bona fide or actual vacancies?
No, I would say both and. So, we do have bona fide vacancies and we have vacancies. And the vacancies are the ones with non-certificated teachers in them, and the bona fide vacancies are no one's there. We got to find a sub each day. I even pulled the numbers just to do a random check, and both schools combined have 15 individuals that are vacant. That are not there. And this definitely will continue to help. It's not just about the footprint, but it's also about the reduction in the teaching force that we have to be extremely mindful of. I'm not worried about any, reduction in force, as we have various vacancies that are both vacant and bona fide throughout the district. So these individuals will be teaching somewhere. Hopefully, it is where they select. And we're just committed to making sure that everyone is just as comfortable as can be.
And that includes then like backfill vacancies with teachers on assignment?
Backfill vacancies with teachers on assignment, that's something that needs to be looked at holistically. And that's something that we're definitely already looking at in this budget cycle. But regardless, again, so some of those schools have teachers on assignment, and we need to make decisions about placing those individuals in schools. But it's I'm just talking in general. There would be enough space and room to actually staff many of those vacancies by merging the schools in a sense. I don't want to say that.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. Commissioner Patterson, 30 seconds.
Yes, President, 30 seconds.
Through.
So has anyone ever thought of, and again, I was hoping to have dialogue, we're not going to have that tonight, but around smaller class sizes? Can we offer the parents who want to come back to this district something different? Can we have like a special school that has smaller class size to deal with maybe our most disruptive kids? Can it be maybe a school for them that we pipe a lot of services into, for them? I'm just throwing ideas out there for you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. That concludes the superintendent's report, unless you had one last comment. Were we good? Okay. So we're going to move over to Superintendent Blocker. Thank you for your patience. We'll convene with your report at this time, ma'am.
Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Commissioners in the Rochester community. I am happy to share the East report tonight. Our first slide shows that our lower school scholars went to Nazareth University. They heard from the admissions officer about what NAS has to offer students, as well as the admissions criteria. Then they participated in a scavenger hunt tour of the campus. Highlights included the Golisano Training Center, the map of study abroad where different scholars have gone, and opportunities, and the tunnels that connect the buildings to avoid the cold Rochester winters. We are thankful to the RCSD that Student Support Services is able to provide these opportunities for our students at the middle school level so that by the time they become seniors, college is ingrained in them. Next, we have Mrs. Cotto's class. We talked about this briefly last time, that they did their acts of kindness. They made 105 lunches and some hats, scarves, and gloves to give to the Father Tracy Center. The scholars also shared some socks and personal hygiene products. They received enough donations to even have some snacks for themselves, which, as you can see them smiling here in this big center picture, it was a great reward for all of their hard work and their acts of kindness. This next slide illustrates all our partners at East. You have the Center for Youth, College Prep, Hillside Ibero, MCC Liberty Partnerships, Step to College, Urban League. And then it shows you the breakdown for each individual partner. And so the inside big number is the number that represents the unique scholars served. So overall, at East, 888 scholars this year have been served by our partners. And then if you go into the different colored ones, you can see how many students, individuals went. So for example, if you looked at Hillside, you'd know it's 120 individual students, but you would know they made 974 interactions with the Hillside staff. So I just felt this was an important slide to share what our agencies are doing for our kids and the number of students that are accessing them. Next is our urban clothing closet and our community food pantry. For November and December, 129 clothing items were accessed by 59 different scholars, and a total of 1,651 food items were accessed by 321 individuals in a total of 58 families. On our next slide, I just want to give a very special thank you to all of those that donated and volunteered to make our holiday basket distribution a reality. We were able to distribute 124 baskets, 89 families, so a total of 346 individuals were served through that. Our eScholar artwork at Winton Road Library has changed. We are now displaying our images from our Photo 2 classes. These are life prints where students brought in their own object to create a unique photograph. Then they edited it and matted their prints. We are proud the community gets to see the great work our scholars are doing. This is incredibly exciting. This just happened last week. A huge shout out to Senora de Jesus and the incredible group of Spanish language arts scholars. Each year, we take our scholars to take the CLEP exam, which is the college level entrance program. These exams allow kids to go into a university and have credits already under their belt. When this group went last week, they earned a total of 126 college credits based on their Spanish courses that they're taking. So congratulations to all of them. The next slide is the data snapshot that I provide each month. If you go to the parts that are in yellow, those are the only parts that have changed. We've had 14 lower school out-of-school suspensions and 12 upper school out-of-school suspensions. 50.5% are chronically absent lower and 51.9% at upper, and the numbers are represented there. If you go to our daily attendance, lower school is 84.3% overall for the year, and upper school is 80.6%. Then last, I would just like to also say my appreciation and thanks to our school board and Happy National School Board Recognition Month. Thank you for what each of you do individually and collectively for the most precious members of the Rochester community, our children and our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Blocker. Are there any questions or comments regarding the report from Superintendent Blocker at this time?
Yes, Madam President. So I just want to do a clap, a round of applause for those students who got 126 college credits. Give them a shout out. Want to do that for them. And then I also wanted to just thank folk about Board Recognition Month, but it seems like we've been getting recognized a lot. You know, so just thank superintendents for acknowledging that, but you know, we don't really need that. We come to do this work, so just wanted to share that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Vice President Malloy.
Just thank you so much for your presentation. It's always such a pleasure to hear what's happening at East and all the great things that those students are doing. And again, kudos to those college credit earning students.
Thank you. And so we're going to, at this time, have a joint presentation by both Superintendent Strickland and Superintendent Blocker on the East transition update.
Yes, good afternoon again, Commissioners. So just wanted to continue to remain steadfast in making sure that we transition East High School back into the district's portfolio, and we do so with grace and ease and integrity to ensure that the school can be sure to sustain practices and such as we continue to move forward. So both I and Ms. Blocker will be providing these updates, and we will entertain your questions after. So first, you know, we've talked a lot about the fact that we have to right-size East as well to ensure that every school has different programs that will support all or various students in our district. So with that being said, it has been agreed upon that the lower school will be adding special education classes and resource, consultant teaching, and two more restrictive environments for our 1211 self-contained students, as well as our New York State alternative assessment students. The upper school will also have a resource and consultant teacher, as well as one 1211 self-contained, and they will begin the other part of our New York State Alternative Assessment Program, and it's complementary to Edison. Just wanted to be very clear. This will be a phase-in model. One of the things you don't want to do is you don't want to tip the boat too quickly. So we have started the phase-in at grade 7 and grade 9, and it will simply grow as we continue to go throughout our years.
Thank you, Superintendent Strickland, and I'd also like to say I appreciate the fact that you understand doing too much too quickly will tip the boat over. I've appreciated all of your support and the continuous meetings we've had to make sure we're on the same page about this moving forward. I'm excited to share that our bilingual program at East Lower School will begin. It will be a transitional bilingual program, so all of our scholars that are coming from elementary schools no longer have their switch turned off. They will be able to enroll in bilingual in 7th and 8th, and then transition up to the high school where we've had the bilingual program at 9 through 12 for years. In addition, next year, we will also expand our Spanish heritage language offerings for our native language arts speakers, so that all scholars have an opportunity to be in the right setting to enable them to grow and flourish.
I have approved the East curriculum usage for the 2025-26 school year. The Rochester City School District has invested millions of dollars into building this curriculum, and it was extremely important that they are able to sustain some of those curricula as we continue to move forward. But later down the line, I will explain what process we are going to undergo to ensure that the East curriculum is what is beneficial to both not only East high school students, but all of the students in the Rochester City School District.
As Superintendent Strickland just mentioned, there is going to be an RCSD and East curriculum analysis. There will be a curriculum review team that consists of 4 individuals from East and 4 from RCSD. Each of those teams will be content specific. The purpose is to use a curriculum comparison framework to analyze the current East curriculum, the current RCSD curriculum, and determine the best approach for the 26-27 school year and on. Each month, we will do one review. So this month for February coming up, we will start with social studies, and then there is a plan for each one through the remainder of this school year and the start of next school year. And as Superintendent Strickland said, we're going to analyze many elements. How are each of those aligned with standards? What's the content relevance and depth? What are the responsive practices that are taking place? Where is differentiation and accessibility present? What is the pedagogical approach? Is there student engagement? What are the assessment and evaluation tools being used to determine if the scholars have learned what was expected? What teacher supports are available from each curriculum? Where is flexibility and adaptability? So teachers are not robots. They have the opportunity to add their own flavor. What are the cost and resource requirements to continue things we have and look at things the district has? How can we align all curriculum with district goals? And most importantly, we end with the student outcomes. Our goal is not to simply say one is better or different than the other. It is to compare and combine frameworks and curriculums where possible so that every single RCSD scholar, regardless of what school they're at, has the same opportunity to thrive. This wouldn't happen unless we had the support of Superintendent Strickland and giving district people and us providing East people so that people start to understand the collaboration is what's critical as we move forward. Any questions on those updates? Yes.
Vice President Malloy.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. All great information as we continue this transition. I do have a question just about enrollment at East in general, and the impact that this is going to have on enrollment. So what is the total population right now at East 7 through 12?
So we have 800 is the expectation at the high school, 200 in each cohort. And at the lower school, it's 180 in the 7th and 8th grade. The goal starting next year is to add 50 new freshmen each year and grow up. So we'll eventually have 1,000 kids in the regular setting, and then we will have another 100+ kids in our NISA and our self-contained settings.
Okay, because I think, you know, when we look at the building capacities across our district and we go to potentially close other schools because of said capacity, my worry is that East has historically been under capacity big time. If you look at and I can't speak for the actual capacity of the buildings there, but isn't it close to like 2,500 students or so?
It is, but I would just want to caution, we could go back to 2,500 students in one place.
I'm not saying
and
that's
we could
the ideal,
Go
yeah.
back to those same results we got at a 29% graduation rate. So I think there's a balance there, and I think adding some incrementally, as we said, 50 each year, and being strategic to increase just the high school alone to 1,100 students, and then the lower school to approximately 400 or 500, we're really talking 1,600 students overall.
Okay, right.
So I agree there's more room, but I also,
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want the boat to sink completely.
Because I'm looking to see maybe the positive impact that, you know, taking on an increased enrollment, the impact that that will have district-wide on our other buildings and their enrollments. Because I know sometimes there's the perception that, you know, a lot of our students tend to end up in particular buildings in the district. And if we can prevent that from happening and share,
Absolutely.
it's not a burden because we love our students.
Absolutely.
But, you know, making it more equitable district-wide.
And
So thank
that's
you.
one of the reasons why we actually added the 12-1-1 self-contained. The philosophy was a little different in that we do know that students that are in self-contained classes have a lower chance of graduating. However, you know, one of the things that I pushed the East staff on, and Superintendent Blocker was in that meeting, you're saying you're good. So you should be able to really work to get those students up to par and get them over the finish line and graduate. But also, again, this is a growing model. It would behoove us not to just say, hey, you're an 11th grader, we have 50 spots, you can go to East, rather than letting them bring them in at the 9th grade or those natural transition points and grow accordingly. That will continue to set the school up for long-term success.
Well, I want to say thank you so much, just in terms especially of like diversification of this enrollment. It seems very thoughtful, and I love the fact that there's a bilingual increase, and I mean, just everything from our SPED students. I'm sorry, I didn't see, were there L students added to that as well?
They're bilingual. I mean, they have more L students at the lower school than general education students. Well, I don't even like explain it like that because L's can be and are general ed as well. So,
thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. Any other questions or comments for the transition conversation? All right, none seen. That concludes that report. Thank you. We're going to move into our consideration of resolutions at this time. Starting with the academic resolutions. The academic resolutions are resolutions 462 through 477. I I would like to entertain a motion to potentially bundle these with, of course, we would have opportunity to bring out and have questions and discussion around them if the board is amenable to bundling the resolutions 462 through 477.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Patterson. I'm looking at something, and I apologize, because I see an amendment to 285. Do I need to do that first? Okay, or do I need to?
You can do them all together. They're all academic resolutions, so it would just be for Resolution 462 to 477 and an amendment to 285.
Okay. So do I need to withdraw that and do that again, or we're good?
I think you should probably
set?
do it again.
Okay, thank you. So the motion, all in favor of that? Okay, aye, and motion carries. And so at this point in time, I'm going to open up for conversation around any resolutions under the academic portion.
Okay, hold on one second. So we have 462.
I'm sorry, did we just vote on the resolution?
No,
No, we haven't voted yet, right?
apologies, President, just for clarification, you just voted to bundle them,
To
right?
bundle them, oh,
Right.
yes.
And so now you're just going to make a motion for all the resolutions right now? So the bundling was authorized. Are you doing the bundling separate from the voting on the resolutions themselves? Was that your intent?
My intent, yes, thank you for the question. So what I'm trying to do is bundle make a motion, entertain a motion to bundle the resolutions. It sounds as if the board is
Right,
in
that
favor of
passed,
doing so.
right.
And at this time, I want to open, do I need to?
I would make another motion
Okay.
then for the resolutions themselves, just for,
Okay.
just say super
Thank
clear.
you.
So you're making a motion for resolution 462 through,
That's the step I missed. Thank you for
right,
that.
through
77.
477, including the amendment to resolution 285.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so we've bundled, and so now at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to, for resolutions 462 through 477 with an amendment to 285.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Patterson. All in favor?
Are there any questions?
We're not voting, we're just.
Sorry, yes, so now I'm going to open the open the dais for
Okay.
conversation.
See, I didn't want, I just wanted to make something clear before we even voted.
We're not voting.
Okay, we're
I'm
not
op-
voting.
Yeah, give me one second.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Right, so I've moved it forward, I kind of screwed that up a little bit, but now we are going to open the dais for discussion.
Okay.
So if you have a question for resolutions 477, 462 to 477, it's been a long day. Now is the time to present your question.
Okay, because I have quite a few, I just wanted to give everyone a brief understanding on why, and they're within that bundled group that you have.
You can keep it as concise as
As much as
possible.
possible, but I want you to understand the reason why that I feel we need to do something. So I just want, it's only gonna take a second though. Okay, as you're all aware, our district is currently facing a budget gap exceeding $39 million. In alignment with corporate and industry standards, it is both prudent and necessary to halt all non-essential spending until this gap is resolved. Continuing to spend without restraint will only deepen the deficit. Further reports from Dr. Powder and Mr. Jaime Alizea, our state monitor, entitled Rochester City School District Proposed Academic and Financial Plan of 2024 through 2025 draft outlines critical recommendations for the board to follow in order to prevent further financial academic decline. Adhering to these recommendations is essential to demonstrating fiscal responsibility and secure the long-term stability of our district. For this reason, I am firmly requesting that all resolutions seeking to assess the general fund be paused until we resolve our budget deficit. Specifically concerning resolutions to pause. Because we're only doing 466 through 477, I'm asking for resolution 466, 473, 475, 474, 468, 462, 464, and 465 to be paused until we can fix our budget deficit or budget gap. Thank you.
Commissioner Griffin. Were there other statements?
Yes.
Okay, is it okay if I go to go ahead, Commissioner Santiago. I'm going to go to Commissioner Santiago, and then I'll go up to the virtual.
Okay.
I'm gonna allow Commissioner LeBron to answer that. I'm sorry. I'm allowing to do that.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, again, with misinformation to the public, we have a $36 million gap. We're always going to have a gap because we have contracts in our unions that say 3%. So even if we did nothing next year, we're going to have increases in our operating budget. But this is not that budget. So I just want to be clear that you have a commissioner alluding incorrect amounts to a budget gap that exists for the 25-26 year, which this board hasn't even voted on. And in addition, since you want to bring up the state monitor's recommendations, that includes school closures, which you just opposed. That is part of us being fiscally responsible and aligning our footprint to our actual operational needs. So I just want the public to be clear that we have a $36 million budget gap for the 25-26, and that is solely based on our footprint right now if we do nothing. And so closing the school or a school or two will absolutely impact that deficit, that gap. I do not want to say it's a deficit because it's not a deficit. But that's all. Again, misinformation to the public needs to start being addressed on this board because it's creating further misinformation bred out there to the community, especially to parents who are listening in, thinking and eating this up, thinking that you're advocating for something that's false. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Santiago, did you still have anything? Any other comments, questions?
Yes. The information noted is from the general funds, and the general funds is something that we talked about back about a month ago, and as saying that we should not be assessing money from the general funds, because that could further put us in a different, a worse gap. So I just want to make it clear that I'm not trying to give misinformation to the public. If the money has not already been allocated, and it hasn't already been used, these particular contracts are new contracts. They're not pre-existing, they're new. The dates on them are new. They're coming from 1/6, 1/12, 1/22. All these are new contracts that are just came up. So what I'm saying to the general public is that when we have a gap, we don't want to spend more money and take out of what we have. That is what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to further confuse you guys, nor do I not know what I'm talking about. I do know what I'm talking about, and I do.
We have
and
a
I wanna
budget that was passed. You are confusing the public. We are literally operating out of a budget.
Point of order,
that was
please.
passed.
No, we're gonna maintain order and decorum. We are having discourse, and we are, commissioners are making points. And so we're gonna allow for that to happen, and we're gonna keep it respectful as we
Absolutely.
are.
I agree.
I'm gonna take in, and I do have a question that I would like to pose, because the points have been heard and they've been taken. I wanna give the superintendent, did you have anything at this time?
No,
I do have
just quickly in a nutshell, when you actually see some of these academic resolutions pulling from general funds, that's actually a good thing that we're using our actual funds to fund the student outcome versions of what it is that we're trying to do. It shouldn't just be title, it should be like what our regular operating costs that are supporting us reaching those outcome goals. So just wanted to let everyone know that.
Please clarify for me.
Commissioner Griffin, I'm going to finish
I'm
my
sorry, go ahead.
my
I just want you
question,
to
and
ask
then
a
I
question for
will
me.
give you an opportunity.
thank you.
So I have a question around resolutions 474 and 475. Let me just open it up really quickly, my apologies. And so these are additional pay resolutions I'm looking at, and I do see, I'm looking at the dates, and I see an individual listed. Should that individual be on there?
That is completely fine. What we would do is replace any of the individuals on there with other individuals through a board transfer form, which is usually an administrative task that would get done, and, just to make sure that we don't pay anyone that would not be actually working.
Yeah, I don't have, excuse me, ma'am.
Miss.
Okay, so Commissioner Patterson, one more, and then Commissioner Griffin, one more, and then we'll pull it back in.
Yeah, that conversation that you guys just had, I had no understanding of what you guys were
Oh,
talking
I'm
about.
sorry. Thank you. Just for a point of clarity, I was looking at resolutions 474 and 475, and I was just asking if the additional pays, how that would work.
But you mentioned an individual or something like that that shouldn't
Yeah,
have been
so
on there.
if we go further with that conversation, we can pull that for executive session, and I
Understood.
can provide some clarity on what my actual question was.
Understood. Thank you.
So I would have to make a motion on that, but before we do that, I would like to open the days back up for one last comment or question from Commissioner.
If the financial or somebody's here that can clarify that money's not coming out of monies that we are already looking at for the budget gap, I would like that. I need an understanding to make sure that this money is not going to be, is not going to, excuse me. So I need to make sure that we're not taking money out when we already have a gap. That's what I want clarity on, and that's what we need to know as a commissioners. That is something very important to us, because here again, to Commissioner Elliott's point, we don't want to spend money. I need to speak to an expert in reference to that. If they can let us know if we have to go in executive session because of it, I'm down to do that. But I need to know that this money from the general funds is not coming from what we have, and it's not going to be added to our current budget gap. That's my concern.
Okay, and I
Commissioner,
want you to be
Simmons?
very careful.
Simmons?
Commissioner LeBron, I'm going to go to you in 1 second. I just want us to be very mindful, because we're interchangeably using budget gap and deficit and things of that nature. So make sure we just, yes, okay. Earlier you did, so I just want to make sure we stay consistent with gap. Okay, Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, again, to the listening audience and to the public, the board has a process to pass a budget. If you look at our resolutions, they're available publicly online. It will tell you the budget line, it'll tell you the goals that it's attached to, and all of that pieces of information in terms of the budget line that it's being drawn from. But just like any other organization that passes a budget and tries to stick to that budget, this is where the funding is being allocated and drawn from. Again, the gap that exists is not in the current Rochester City School District budget that the board voted on. It is in next year's budget, which we have not voted on. We did an early assessment of where we're at. That gap, by the way, can also be reduced further by understanding what the state is going to be divvying out to schools. We don't have that information yet. So I just want to be clear that when these resolutions, even though we pass a budget, we are still required to go through a monthly process through these board business meetings to pass resolutions. But that money has already been voted on and allocated to be spent in these pockets and these areas, if you will. That's it. I am so exhausted with misinformation, and it drives me nuts when it's coming from commissioners who have been there long enough.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron, for those points of clarity. And so that would also, so those dates that we see, Superintendent, that seem to be new dates and things of that nature, are things that are already voted on, from what I'm understanding, and things that,
Yes.
and this is just the resolutions coming through to formalize that process.
Correct. These are funds that you all have voted on when you passed the budget for this school year. So
Right.
now we're just allocating the funds that were budgeted for and spending them accordingly. And then as for the resolution process, to help update Commissioner Patterson, just wanted you to know if any individual that may be on a resolution that is not needed for a service, we have an internal board transfer form where I can simply replace the name of an individual, and they would then be able to get paid for rendering their services to our students.
Okay, and then my last question, Commissioner Santi, I'm going to go to you right after I get done. My last question is just anything like that's under Title I, and this is just for my learning purposes. Those are typically submitted under a consolidated application and what have you, right?
Yes, we have to actually submit our Title I budget to our state monitor, who approves it. Then it's approved by the state, and they also contain, additional pay programs, curricula, so on and so forth, that we can purchase with with those funds.
Perfect, thank you very much. Commissioner Santiago?
Yes, I actually did have a question when it came to the after-school and the secondary Saturday program. I was having conversations recently with a couple of students and teachers, and they talked about this program. I'm just wondering, are we keeping the data as far as how beneficial this is towards, I did have a question earlier, and this was a question, but are we keeping track of how the students are succeeding, how it's impacting their literacy and their math?
Absolutely. Great question, Commissioner Santiago. Believe it or not, a few years ago, Commissioner Elliott posed a question about making sure that we are getting outcomes out of these Saturday programs and extended learning opportunities. We've then began requiring attendance in Power School, ensuring, looking at the amount of credits that are being accrued, looking at the amount of marking period recovery efforts and online credit recovery efforts that are happening in these after-school and Saturday programs. And I even made mention that I do know that, for instance, this school is really popular. I live close by to the school, and it's great to see the amount of students taking advantage of these additional opportunities to get across the finish line.
Yeah, and I also want to add, and this is a question and kind of a statement, but for students who get suspended from school, I see that this may be a positive way to still keep them engaged in their academics, even through their suspension. It's statistically proven that suspensions are not beneficial to a student's progression academically, and so if we are in those circumstances where a student does have to be suspended because of circumstances that has happened, that this is a program that they can go to where they're kind of in a different setting. They can connect with the teacher that they connect with and learn in better ways. And so I think that, it's just a good idea to put out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Vice President Malloy?
Thank you. Yeah, so just for clarity, again, for the public, we did vote on this budget last year, and all of these resolutions have come to us now, but we've already approved all of this. And I will say this, one thing I really love about how resolutions are coming before us this year in particular is the fact that all of them are aligned to those student-focused outcomes. And we didn't used to have that on and so you can look at any of these resolutions and you can see with each one what priority is being addressed. You can see the goal and how the direct impact or intended impact of that type of programming. So I want to say kudos to admin just for having that there. And if you read it carefully, you can really see how these align. So that is a plus this year, so thank you for doing that. And I know there's concern about extra pay resolutions. This tells us why, for those funds that we already approved last year.
Okay, thank you. Robust conversation. That, I think, concludes our conversation regarding our academic resolutions. And so at this particular time, I'd like to entertain a motion to vote on. That's already, okay. So all in favor of resolutions 462 through 477 and 285?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. We're going to move forward into the administrative support resolutions at this time. And that would be resolutions 478 through 717. Am I looking at that right? 499.
And an amendment to 2324.
Oh, the
Resolution
amendment.
717.
2324, 717?
Yes, ma'am.
That's an amendment?
So
Okay.
moved.
So moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Patterson. All in favor of bundling these resolutions?
Aye.
Aye. So at this time, I'd like to open the floor. No.
Motion for
Motion to vote on resolutions 478. I'm done tonight. 478 through 499, including 2324, 717.
So moved.
Second.
Vice President Malloy moved, Patterson, Commissioner Patterson, second.
Question.
Opening the floor for questions at this time.
I have a question.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, just wondering for Resolution 717, if you could just give like a quick update on what we're talking about here, just to the public. This is $8 million, so.
So you know that the overall F&P is $475 or $85 million. This resolution is being asked to be passed so that we can advance portions of that resolution that total in $8.4 million, or a little over $8.4 million, to actually begin the work that is needed to start the modernization process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding these resolutions? Vice President Malloy?
Yeah, just regarding number 478, and this is just sort of new terminology for me. So Superintendent, can you explain what this means exactly in as simple of terms as possible? Because when I initially saw this and saw like true up, obviously this is not $40 million more than we budgeted or anything like that. Can you just talk a little bit about true ups, or why is this transfer necessary? Because it seems like a significant amount.
So when this resolution came in, I too asked questions because I'm like, I am not spending this money. However, what this is actually doing is rectifying accounts. So at times in different budgets, you tend to go over or under, and you have to move money so that lines are balanced as much as possible. Our finance team, our budget director keeps up with that information and ensures that all lines are balanced appropriately, and it's the excess of $40 million that has been moved to ensure that we have balance. No money has been pulled from anywhere. This is all money within the current budget. Just want to be very clear on that, but this is just for continued fiscal transparency.
Thank you. And I have additional ones, but I can wait for other commissioners to ask a first question.
Okay, were there any other questions at this time? How many questions do you have?
It just looks like 2 more.
Okay, I'll allow for 2
And
more
actually,
questions. Two
the
more
one
questions.
yeah, actually just one more, because
Okay.
the F&P one was answered just now, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So resolution number 483, I'm just wondering, was this increase, because it's a pretty significant increase, are we seeing decreases in transportation costs elsewhere? Or is this increase just because of an increase in the number of students requiring these services, or the number of locations that we now need to serve with McKinney-Vento? I just mispronounced that. So it just seems like a significant increase from prior years, and so I was wondering what the cause of that was.
So I am going to have Deputy Turner speak to this resolution.
Great, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for that. It is in response to the need both for McKinney-Vento student transportation and also special needs students. And again, we put in there, we did put it on BidNet and received responses from 3 vendors, and Transpo came out on top. And due to those increased number of students, we needed to engage in a contract with them.
Had we originally budgeted then for that amount, or where are those funds coming from?
Right. So, yeah, the transportation budget is often unpredictable. So we look at the current number of students that we have, how many vendors we need. The specialized vendors like Transpo really does our McKinney-Vento and small bus transportation needs, and try to make those alignments. If we happen to increase in McKinney-Vento, which we can't predict and control, right, then we are able to use existing funds and reallocate them and remember, transportation is also reimbursable
reimbursable,
back
yeah.
to us.
Yeah.
So that's how we work that out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All in favor of resolutions 478 through 717?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, let me just clear, did you include 717 with 499? Because if you did, that means that you're saying that 500, 501, all through 717 is what we're voting on. Did I miss something?
It's the 717 from 23.
No, I understand that, but it looks like she said from all of those through 717, and it's not, what should have been said was
Oh,
through
478.
499, and
Oh, yeah, that's what I
717.
had been doing, and thank you for that redirection. I do appreciate that. So let me restate that. All in favor of resolutions 478 through 499 and 717?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Wanna
With discussion, can I just discuss?
No, the discussion is happening. We're
Okay, go
voting
ahead.
now. That's a nay? Or aye? Did you say aye or nay?
I had a discussion about the one, but the rest, can we
You
remove
missed the
one?
discussion, unfortunately, so at this point, it's for the vote if you want to say aye or nay
I
on,
want to say nay to all of them. I want confirmation on one resolution.
We're
Okay.
voting. This is
Before
not
we
time
get-
for
before-
discussion.
Madam President, I just want a confirmation on one. Yes, I was trying to get clarification on things what we're dealing with before, so I have an understanding of something. So that's what I was doing to the listening public. I think there's information in here about
Oh, my
about
God.
the tenure, except the one, so I'm just looking to see which one that was. I do apologize to the listening public.
Is it a yay or nay, though? We're voting. This is not discussion time.
I had a problem with I had a concern, just a question about the
Oh,
tenureship
my
on the
God.
one resolution. And, but I don't want to, again, I do not want to say nay to all of these when I have a question on one of these resolutions.
what
You
I would
missed the
recommend.
discussion part. We're
What
voting.
I would
That's it.
recommend, Commissioner Griffin, is if you don't
I
feel
know that.
solid on the one that you have a question
I
about,
don't
you
wanna-
do
I
have the
don't
right
want
to say
to-
nay to it at this point, but we do need to move forward with a vote at this time. So we're calling a vote for resolutions 478 through 499 and 717. And if there's one that you'd like me to pull out, and you're not comfortable with it, or you don't have full understanding and you want to vote nay, you do have the option to do that.
That's all I was saying.
Yeah, what is
Yeah.
that, what resolution is it that
The
you?
one with the tenure, because
I don't know
had
which number
questions.
that is right now. There's a lot of resolutions
Yeah,
bundled.
let me see, hold on.
This is not, can we get clarity from our lawyer on Robert's rules? Because this is not how it works when we're at the voting stage. There is not time for discussion. We're voting. This discussion was closed. It's now time to vote. And you cannot pull a resolution on an open, motion.
So Adrian, can you
for
give us that
resolution.
instruction?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think the President Simmons summed up correctly. The members are voting right now. I get the president could entertain a question if or a comment if she so chose, but she.
We're not entertaining any questions,
You
but,
did
yeah.
you did rule that the vote is occurring. So my understanding is President Griffin is just going to point out the one that she doesn't want to.
Right,
Wants to vote nay on.
Yeah, and it was the one with the.
So, yeah, we need you to give the resolution number so that we can vote.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, that's what I was trying to do, I apologize. But here again, I was speaking with administration down in the valley.
Yeah. 499? Okay, so is it 499, Commissioner Griffin? Okay, all right, so we're going to entertain a motion for resolutions 478 through,
Well, we've already have the motion.
we
There
voted
is a
and they've
resolution on the
passed.
floor.
They've passed, and so, did you want to, how do we give a record for her no on 499?
I mean, it'll
If
be
I
recorded.
could provide clarity for a moment, when you all bundle the resolutions, you can still vote yay or nay to specific ones. So in this instance, where you took the bundle and everyone said yay, all Commissioner Griffin would need to do is say aye, and then nay to whichever and name the number.
Thank you.
Didn't know
She
which
didn't
one
know,
she was
right.
saying nay. Thank you to our folks who were able to identify the resolution. We're going to move forward with the Board of Education Legal Audits Resolution. And this is concerning the legislative breakfast. Clerk Wynn, were you going to touch on that?
Mike, okay. Yes, this is just an amendment. Two staffers from another school who will be joining the gallery walk will be also at the day, and so they needed to be added in. That's what the amendment is for.
Okay, so entertaining a motion for Resolution 436.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Santiago. All in favor of Resolution 436?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Resolutions added after, we've got a motion to entertain. Okay, this is for the 48-hour rule, and so this is Resolutions 500, 501, and 502.
Yes, so
So-
first you all need a motion to waive the 48-hour requirement, and then
Okay.
after that, we'll take motions for the actual resolutions.
Okay, so entertaining the motion to waive the 48-hour requirement for those resolutions.
Motion?
Motion by Vice President Malloy. Second by anyone?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so the 48-hour rule has gone forward, or we're doing that, and so entertaining a motion for resolutions 502,
500.
500 to 502. It's written kind of weird for me tonight. So entertaining a motion, let me be clear, excuse me. Entertaining a motion for resolutions 500 to 502 at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy,
Do it.
Second.
Can you remove me from?
Patterson, and open for discussion at this time.
Yeah, I disagree with the one, I want the 1502. I don't, we're not voting yet, so I don't want a conversation about it. Just when the voting comes, I'll do it then. Sorry.
Well, no, this is the time to
This is the
conversate, because I'm
conversation.
open for discussion. And so once we have the discussion and we close the discussion, and we will go to vote, and
Okay.
there will be no additional conversation. So did you have something for 502?
Yes, I'm not in agreement with the, one of the leadership's positions at Padilla High School.
Okay, so is there a way to section that out? Either you just yay or nay on that particular resolution. And so at this time, thank you for that, Commissioner Griffin. Any other comments or questions regarding resolutions 500 through 502? Okay, all right, so all in favor of resolutions 500 through 502?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
A nay on 502.
Okay, thank you, the motion carries. Okay, moving into the resource tab. This is regarding the Medicaid compliance report. That's just something folks can read and access online, so we're not going to get into that, but the information is available. We have had time as commissioners to read and familiarize ourselves with this particular report. It is available on board docs for our general public. Please forgive me, I have a mint. And so now at this time, we're going to move our agenda into unfinished business. It looks like the legislative priorities, are you going to touch on that?
Sure. So if commissioners recall, Chief Ramos Lopez last meeting provided us with an update on what the administration is proposing after hearing feedback from the board around the legislative priorities. This is a compilation of that. And so it is very similar, as you know, from last year's, with just some updates as it pertains to the specific priorities which she spoke about in her presentation. And so you all would vote on this legislative agenda, and then we'll move forward to our breakfast on February 8th.
Thank you, Clerk Wynn. Yes, Commissioner Elliott?
So I think I had mentioned a couple of things. One had to do with, I believe, transportation. And I think we also talked about discussing certification, and there seems to be one other piece that I had offer, and I don't see those here. Um, So let me just put that out there, and you can come back to me.
Okay, sure. And then were there any other conversation around the legislative priorities that have been presented?
Yes, on the career and technical education, where does CPPS and CDOS and all of that fall into that? CPPS is a very, is also something that the kids should be a part of. Would that be a part of a legislative priority as well? Because that is all in the same group. When you're talking about career and technical education, CPPS is a part of that. So why isn't that included in this?
Because CTE encompasses all of those factors. And so this is a aerial view conversation around how we would like to see CTE move forward. But when you say CTE, it is encompassing all the components of CTE. They fall under that umbrella, if you will. CTE is the umbrella.
Okay, so in other words, the $3,900 per student would include the CDOS, CPPS, and all of that. Is that correct?
All of the CTE services being rendered,
So, okay, so
which
CDOS
includes
is,
those services that
okay.
you're mentioning.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was not clear. Okay, that's why I just wanted clarity on that.
Okay. And a question by Vice President Malloy.
Yeah, so I don't know to whom this question needs to go, whether to our superintendent or to our state monitor, but obviously these are our proposed legislative priorities. How do these align with other Big Five school districts and some of the priorities that they have put forward? Are they in line with what other Big Five schools are asking for?
Great question, Vice President Malloy. I actually just came back from the Commissioners Advisory Council where most of these items are actually have been talked about. Some of it pre-K rising to the top, charter schools up there, transportation as well, even though that didn't necessarily come out in the last meeting because I was one of the only representatives from the Big Five. But we are very much in line with most of these states. And I was actually making sure that that I captured it in my letter to you all. So that if you wanted to add anything, that we can all be, there's strength in numbers, then I would recommend those items, and they're mainly on here.
Right, yeah, and thank you so much for sending that letter out each week. And in terms of my own feelings on this, I like what we see here, and I'd love to have this be our final list.
Well, let me just, Madam.
Yes, Commissioner.
What's the name? Simmons.
All
I
day.
would like to include the transportation, reimbursement for transportation. We had that on our agenda for a very long time, and I think that we should look at including that back on the agenda. I think we also talked about, so, I mean, this is presented, but I don't know where the conversation, where the decisions were made, and maybe I could talk to,
No, I wasn't in the decision-making since the dissolve of CIGR, so I don't know how that decision was made.
We had talked about, and I'd like to see it included back on the agenda for tuition, transportation reimbursement. And we had also had some conversation around, I thought we had some conversation around teacher certification, and I'm missing one more. So where did these decisions get made that this is the legislative agenda that we're going to be voting on tonight?
Can somebody
Because I
provide clarity?
probably would not support this without that.
Provide clarity as to how this was formed and where decisions went, and if there were other pieces brought forward why they're not there. Who can answer for that?
If I could jump in for a second before
Okay.
administration, the process that we've been using for the last couple of years is that the board generally will have start the conversation and talk about the high-level things that you all would like to see. From that, the administration goes back and kind of refines it in the details specific to the area. So, for instance, if you said you wanted something on pre-K and you gave a little direction on what it is, then administration goes back, looks at what it was that you recommended, looks at what's happening, looks at the district, and then puts forward the recommendation for what the agenda item should be, which is what you are now all like receiving and what you heard from Chief in the last presentation. So based on the joint conversation that you all had around what you wanted to see happen, and then back and forth with administration, again, getting those details around what's happening across the state, what might be some realistic expectations, and then, of course, taking into account the district's condition related to that. And then so that's how we have been jointly working to create the legislative agenda. They would have to speak more to their process internally.
Okay. Is anyone from administration able to provide an understanding?
So let me just propose then that we reinstate as a legislative priority the transportation reimbursement. I'd like to have that restored to our list of priorities.
Commissioner Elliott, if I could just ask for clarification, the item you're talking about is the reimbursement by expanding the allotted zone.
Eligibility.
The eligibility, so from
Right.
1.5 miles
Yes.
to a half a mile.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I'd like to have restored to this agenda. And I'm not sure what was the rationale for not including that as a part of our priorities. And now, there is, there is evidence now that the smaller suburban districts are getting that reimbursement. And I think that is important that we keep this on the agenda so that we can, this may even be a discriminatory piece that the suburban districts get it, but the big five districts cannot get it. And so, so if they got it, it's encouraging to me that we can look at, that we may get it as well. So I'd like to see it restored. on this.
Superintendent Strickland?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish. I'd like to see it restored on here, because I just think it's very important that we move, and I think that there's some movement, because, as I said, the suburban districts that have been granted this funding, so, and granted the legislation, so,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Also, Commissioner,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
sorry, Superintendent
Yes.
Strickland.
I'm going to invite Chief Marisol Ramos Lopez to the mic just to give clarification around transportation. And then I just wanted to add one of the priorities that I kind of left off that we were talking a lot about at the state.
Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Elliott, to respond to your question regarding transportation, we were looking at reducing the amount of priorities that we were listing, specifically those that have been on the document for a number of years and have not yielded any positive results. One of the issues specifically with transportation that we're facing right now is a severe challenge with drivers. And so while I agree that we would want more funding and that we want that 1.5 mile restriction to be reduced, and that we're on parity with our suburban counterpart districts, at this time, the shortage of drivers precludes us from looking at that as a priority simply because we may have the money, but not necessarily the drivers to carry that out.
Yeah, so, President, yeah, so I disagree with that. I think that, yeah, it may have been on a long time, but I do think that we have to continue it. I think there is some traction with the fact that there are suburban districts that have been approved. This legislation has been approved. And I guess I don't see the correlation between the fact that we don't have bus drivers and getting this legislation passed so that we can get that funding and we can make sure that there are more kids on the bus. I'm insisting that we include it because, again, I think that there's an opportunity. Yeah, it's been a long time, and it's been in a long time, but I think that I don't want to forget it. And there are times when we do forget our history, that we want to fight for this. So I just want to make sure that we're continuing with this, and I want to make sure that it is before our legislators so that they can continue to fight for this. And then I thought we had talked about and I guess I would have wished that if there was going to be a reduction in this because of the items that I advocate for, that there would have been a conversation with me about this, because it's important to me that we look at this. But also, we had talked about certification is an area that at least I had a conversation about, and looking at how we can either have that removed or in some way modified so that there are more teachers of color a part of that, that we can recruit. Also, teachers who may be from other states, so that we can, have a bigger pool around our teaching population. So I guess I just wish there had been more conversation.
On that point, Commissioner Elliott, it is my understanding that the State Department of Education is looking at the definitions and regulations for certification. Because that is specific with the New York State Department of Education, we did not include that in the legislative priorities that are going to be discussed during the Big 5 days in Albany.
Yeah, all right. But I really want to, I'm somewhat insisting that it goes on. I don't know if I need to have a vote if the board says no, we can say no, but I just think it's that important. And like I said, if they have approved it already for some of the suburban schools, I just think we have more leverage to have it to move forward if we continue to have that as a part of our
And one thing I'll say
priorities.
about our legislative priorities is that a number of years ago, the board had a listing of priorities and the administration had a listing of priorities. I recall being the district clerk at the time when I pushed for those priorities to be unified, and so that's very important for us to have a unified list. It is brought to the board if there are items that the board wishes to have included. That is certainly the prerogative of the board. This is a joint list, and the administration would want to keep it that way.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe we want to put that on for some additional follow-up to get an appetite to see if we can socialize that.
But we need to
Clerk
vote on
Nguyen?
it tonight?
Good point. Two things. One, I do see Commissioner LeBron's hand is
Okay.
up, so you know. Yes, so your legislative breakfast on February 8th, you do not technically have another meeting to discuss this or to vote on it, so if you all wish to hold
And we ain't
off-
doing a special meeting. Okay. Commissioner, before I go to the Zoom, I did see Commissioner Santiago, and then I'll go up to the,
Yeah,
I don't have my hand up. I'm sorry, you guys. I forgot to lower it, so I just want to clarify that.
okay.
I just want to say I do agree with President Elliott for our students who are 1.5 miles away from their school, and for better transportation for them. I will also say that it does have to be passed tonight because the breakfast is coming up, and so possibly we can make it in a way where it's passed with the addition of transportation if 4 commissioners agree.
Yeah, and I will say that, because I hear you, Marisol, Dr. Ramos Lopez.
We're not doctor yet, but thank you.
I'm gonna call you. I like to call doctors doctor. I see it. No, but I do say that although we recognize there is a shortage of drivers, and so I understood that rationale. The thought is that at some point, hopefully the drivers are back, and that's still going to be a concern, even when the shortage is no longer there. And so even socializing that now, if they can't move on it, it's still being put out there, to Commissioner Elliott's point. So we may not get as much traction, like you said, but letting them know that it's still a strong interest and need for our families might be a way to go. And so with the understanding that it's on February 8th and we don't have no more time, we need to, how would we bring this in for potentially a vote for entertainment, or how does that work?
Can I say something before you speak?
I'm going to get that answer, then I'll definitely
Okay,
hear
go
from you.
ahead.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand what the board is doing. Is the board entertaining the amendment that Commissioner Elliott put forward? So, or is the board going to vote on it as is?
So
No,
what
I don't
what
want-
I'm asking you
Yeah.
is, Commissioner, and then Commissioner Elliott, please correct me if I heard it wrong, but from what I understand, it sounds as if Commissioner Elliott had something around the transportation that she articulated, that she was hoping to have placed back on this agenda. And I'm asking if we are in favor of seeing this placed on the agenda, how would we move forward?
Just a
with
motion
that?
to amend, right?
Just a
So,
motion to
so I would
amend.
just put forward a motion to amend to add, what's being proposed by Commissioner Elliott. I think if Commissioner Elliott would provide some general language, your clerk could
We have the
put
language.
something.
They have the
General
language,
You have the
so,
exact language?
yeah.
It was
yeah.
already there.
'Cause it's
We
been
have
there
last
for
year's
long.
language,
Yeah,
we can just
yeah,
add it by
yeah.
So motion to amend to add what the proposal put forward by
Okay, so
Commissioner
that's all we
Elliott.
need to
And
do.
then you would, you
So-
vote on that.
Okay, so before I go into there, it sounds like there's just a little more discussion, and so Commissioner Griffin, did you?
It was just saying that it was there before, so I was just all for it, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any other pieces? So at this time, I'd like to, I'm sorry, Superintendent.
I was just going to say a compromise is that it can still remain on the legislative priorities as a consideration for state education department, even though those districts that are less than the 1.5 miles, they come up with the funding, if I'm not mistaken, for those students. So we are just saying, come down on the mileage. However, I want it to be very clear that we don't have the infrastructure right now or the capacity to actually to pick up all of the students because of the bus driver shortage. But I do recommend that.
Well, let's put the
that's how
cart
we
before
come
the
together.
horse and.
You're right.
Or the horse
That's
before
a
the
good-
cart.
that's a
And
good
make sure
idea.
that the legislation can be approved, yeah.
Work towards it. So at this time, for our babies, we'd like to entertain a motion to reinstate the language that was previously on the legislative agenda regarding transportation.
Yeah, transportation reimbursement.
Motion, second?
Okay, moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll add that back to the agenda.
Then I think we have to pass that as amended.
Oh,
And now
Lord
you have to
Jesus.
pass it as amended, yep.
I know what I'm talking about.
So here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say a motion to say,
Approve the legislative priorities as amended.
approve the legislative priorities as amended.
Motion.
Motion?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Did you catch the motion in the second? It was motioned by Commissioner Santiago and seconded by Vice President Malloy. Thank you. And the motion carried. Now, let's not act brand new. We know we all done fumbled up here before on these things, especially late at night. I'm tired. Okay, so at this particular time, we're going to go into the second readings, which is on the agenda at this time.
Thank you, Madam President Simmons. We have the following proposed policy items are slated for second reading, and that's policy 2120.1, 2160, 2260, 2280, 2325, 2440, 2510, 2521, 2530, 6500, 9110, and 9260. I just have one statement to make on 9110. 9110 is the one that is referencing the affirmative action piece. I'm requesting from Madam President Simmons to remove that particular one, only because the verbiage has not been changed, and we keep going through these readings, and the information needs to state, it says affirmative action. I just wanted to say directory of equity. If we put directory of equity in there, that supports everyone. So I'm asking for that to be removed and make that correction to director of equity, and then we can move forward with the readings on that particular 9110.
Can we vote on it, and if it doesn't pass, then go from there? Isn't this been a policy that's been tabled a couple times?
So,
We had already.
I'm gonna call for order on the dais for a moment so that we don't get too lost in the discussion. Okay, so you're calling, you would like to, for 9110, you would like to do a director of equity.
Right. The verbiage is stating that they want to have that, want that to be governed under the superintendent in human capital. What I'm saying is that we need someone in the director, instead of having it say for affirmative action, we should have someone in the directory of equity that would be able to support those who would like to speak into relevant to anything that's happening in the district with hiring, or actually be in compliance. So we want to make sure that we're in compliance with the EEOC and everything else. If we have a person that's in directory of equity, then that would govern everyone to secure that there's no what is that word, the word I want to use, if somebody wants to come and speak to someone, that they're not being, what, not blackballed, what is it? Retaliated against. Thank you so much, Dr. Blocker. Retaliated against. And so it's pertinent that we have someone in there to protect our people, the staffing, what so have you, in the district. And I think that would be the best way to do it. All I'm asking you to do is to remove it from this second reading for now, Madam President, and we could revisit it, but just to remove it from now, and then we can revisit it as a policy itself on another day. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Santiago.
I just for food of thought, because I feel like every time this policy comes up, this is something that's discussed. But I know that this is something that the administration is done in the administration anyways. But I'm also looking at our organizational meeting, and on a yearly basis, like we have the designate official newspaper or designate ADA coordinator and things like that. And possibly to her thought of what she's proposing is having somebody, who's already, because most of these people who are designated are already part of the district. They're already employee just put on with another task. And so I'm wondering with that, even with her verbiage, if something like that could happen and something at our organizational meeting, that's currently done. It doesn't create a new position, but it puts the responsibility on somebody, which is going to happen anyways. But, just to feed into what she, what my colleague is saying, because every time this is something that we've talked about.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Superintendent Strickland.
I was just going to say, after this was brought up in the beginning, we don't have an affirmative action officer. However, we began looking internally in the Office of Human Capital as for someone who could fulfill that role to do that type of work. And, there's a possibility that we can attach that work onto some individual without adding more positions to an already bloated type of budget.
Yes, Commissioner Elliott.
So let me just offer this as well. I know that Commissioner Griffin wants to include this in. We've got a new administration who has just eliminated DEI in his administration. And if we're getting any federal contracts, we may get sued if we put that language in our policies, if we've got federal contracts. And I don't know how much the total amount of those federal contracts are, but we're talking about Title I funding and some other federal contracts. We may want to be careful of putting any language around DEI because we may lose funding around that.
I just want to say this. You're absolutely right. That is why I'm asking to table this, because we need to get more information so we have the right verbiage to put in there. That's all I'm saying. Remove it and we can go ahead and go move the other ones for the second reading so we can go home.
Yeah, well, we are going to go home. You bet your bottom dollar we about to go home, or at least to executive session. So what I will say, however, is, I do want to echo what was expressed, because that the new administration has also made comments around, he wants to look at spaces that are being creative in how they're renaming it.
Right.
So I'm going to table this for now.
Thank you.
But this will be the absolute, well, first of all, I don't even know if I have the authority as an individual to do that. We're going to probably have to vote to do that.
Right.
And if the board is amenable, it's going to require the board to be amenable to tabling it then we can do that, but that will be the absolute, in my earnest of earnest thoughts, time, and then it'll be a final decision, because we have discussed this and held this up
Right.
for quite a while. So I would like to entertain a motion to, one
I
more
do that?
time, one
Do
more
I do that,
again.
or does she do it? She does it? Okay.
I'm sorry,
And-
if you'd like to do it more.
No, I just didn't know if I needed to do it because I didn't.
I understand,
Yeah, I
and
was
it's
just making
okay, because
clarity.
I forget this is the policy
Right,
portion.
that's
So
all right.
Please go ahead and put your motion forward, and then we will entertain it as a board.
Okay.
And I don't know how that's gonna go.
Can I have a motion to table policy number 9110?
So moved.
Until when? When is it being
there a
tabled?
timeline?
That's the rules. You have to table it by a date. What's the date?
To the policy meeting. I think it's the third.
You got to lay the date down. You have,
Okay.
by law, you have to put the
What date
date
is that,
on record.
Clerk Nguyen?
The policy meeting is on February 4th.
Thank you, Rahima.
Okay, you gotta do it. Say it.
So February 4th.
And just a point, I guess, clarification or question for the board. So this is a second reading, so this would have come before the board again, another time for the third reading. So is the board saying this is going to be delayed and have another second reading? Is that the intent? Or is it being pulled out of sent back to subcommittee completely?
Yeah, so this is my concern. We kept going through the readings, but the verbiage wasn't changing. It just kept going through the readings. So when they said we was gonna bring it back and make the changes, and the changes never were made, and then it came back with the same verbiage. So that's
Commissioner
why-
Griffin, do you
that's why
want this to
people
go
kept-
back to a second reading, or do you want this to go back to subcommittee?
I think it should go back to the subcommittee so we can make sure that we have the language correctly, so we're not in potential of being sued by the language that we put in. So I think it's better for us to make the appropriate changes based on what's gonna happen at the top.
But Commissioner,
Yes,
President
Commissioner.
Simmons, this is just not the chairperson's decision, this is a committee of the whole. And so it is what four of us would recommend. I don't have, either way in terms of whatever way it goes, but I'm just saying, it really depends on, at least four people, because it's a committee of the whole to help to make that
Yeah,
decision.
but he's asking me personally, the attorney asked me personally.
I'm
as
sorry,
the chair.
Commissioner, no, I wasn't asking personally, I'm asking for
Yeah.
the will of the board, just for the clarification,
Okay,
so
all
that.
right.
So what's
Just wanna
being
make sure.
expressed at this time, thank you, counsel. So what's being expressed this time is, even if we send it back to subcommittee or we hold it for second reading again, if it's not the appetite of the board, it will, it potentially could get voted down, up, sideways, whatever is gonna happen, that's what it will be. And so it's this, if we make a decision to do this evening, it's not gonna guarantee that it's gonna move forward as a vote, or, to
Okay,
do that.
let me just be clear on what I would recommend to the board. Is that I would recommend, because these changes are happening at the top, that we get once it is moved from the top and it is proved, then we would know exactly how to move forward on 9110. If we don't have the verbiage at the top and we remove something or we just take it away, then we could be deemed either way. So I would love to, in my recommendation, to see what happens at the top before we make a decision. That is just my recommendation.
Because we cannot hold policies.
Motion to take it to the subcommittee?
Can I, one question? Commissioners, maybe I can offer some assistance, and Clerk Nguyen maybe can help me here. Would, in terms of a process standpoint, would it pose issues if this came back for another second reading at the policy meeting, in terms of the timeline that Charisma has in place for some of these?
So I'm just pulling up policy 2410 because it's not just about the timeline. That policy kind of calls out where readings happen and pushes things to the next business meeting specifically. So just give me one moment.
A second reading, can we? We have to move on to a third reading,
Yeah.
right?
I guess the issue is that if we had did it when we first agreed to it, to make the changes, and then
Nobody agreed to it, though. That's the thing.
we did at the one meeting, agreed to change the verbiage, and then Okay, in any event,
When is the next one?
in my recommendation, I'm just asking for it to be tabled until the next meeting, if that's okay. And hopefully by then, the president will have made some decisions. That's at the higher level.
Can I quickly say I just feel like there's kind of to what we're saying we're trying to go to, there's going to be barely any other verbiage that's going to make a difference, in comparison to what's currently being offered. And so this has been postponed for a long time, and we just got to go by the will of the board.
Yeah, I'm willing to eliminate the language, particularly in light of what the current president is doing. And if we have federal contracts, I'm interested in just eliminating the language now, to tell you the truth. Because if we want to keep those federal dollars, we have to.
We're taking something out that can be totally against.
Well, I'll say this. What I will say is, so
He's got laws, he just signed into law the elimination.
he's not a rule follower. We do have a hand from Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I expressed about 2 months ago, right after the election, and our superintendent, our interim currently is doing the analysis, but for us, it's about $237 million of federal aid that we currently get, not including other grants that come from the federal. And to Commissioner Elliott's point, yeah, there was a bunch of new executive orders, over about 100 issued, and people are going through them. And I also think that this is going to be the time that we have to make difficult decisions, but we're going to have to make the right decision so that we minimize the impact both to our students and to our families. I don't think this is going to be the time to be boisterous and try to push our way, because we're not going to have the support. We don't have the Congress, we don't have the Senate, we don't have the White House. So I think we have to be actually very strategic and intelligent in these decisions. And that doesn't take away from the commitment always to have the most qualified and diverse workforce across this district. That doesn't take away or distract from that. But it is over $200 million that we would not be able to recoup or recover or be able to move forward as a district. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. And so what was the title that you were thinking of?
I said director of equity, but we could go back and just figure
So
out
what
what would be sufficient. If we can't use equity, there's something that we could probably use. All I'm saying is given the time to the next meeting to do that. To bring it back. If we don't agree on it, then we can just go ahead and move it
at this
forward.
particular time, because I think, and General Counsel, you can redirect me if I'm not correct. If we move forward with just, because it doesn't seem like there's a supportive appetite of doing it, there is a huge risk. This is an individual, and I'm speaking about the president, who doesn't necessarily follows rules, and some of the things that he's enacting and implementing right now are contradicting some of our laws, including the removal of the Constitution from people to be even seeing it. Like, what are you doing there, sir? So with that, let me be careful, right? If we just didn't do this tonight, and for some strange reason, he decides that we're not coming after DEI and federal, nothing's going to happen there. Is there an opportunity to bring this back under consideration if right, it doesn't go away to the abyss, right?
Right. So I think the board is going to see this again a third time, right? So I think people can, the commissioners can change their minds, have further, thoughts, considerations, and at the third reading, if there's amendments and things like that people want to propose, it could be done then. I would say there's a focus on the title, but it's really the work, because and whoever this person is will have to report to the superintendent, right? And it says superintendent, or director of OHC, or designee. So whoever is doing that work will report to the superintendent. So I think as the language as is all encompassing. However, the board will see it again for a third time, and if minds have been changed at that point. An amendment can be proposed right then and there, or it could be withdrawn at that point, or postponed to another time. I think really those are the two options. So,
Okay, when's the third reading?
Clerk Wynn?
We'll be in the February business meeting on the 27th of February.
So,
Yeah, I would caution you, Commissioner Griffin, we should not have any language in there referencing either.
That's what I said.
Okay.
So I agree with you there.
Yeah,
I agree
yeah.
with you there. I just wanted to make sure the verbiage that we did use was not going to be, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I agree with you, Commissioner Elliott. What I'm saying is that I want to make sure that we use verbiage that is correct, not that's incorrect. But I don't believe the verbiage that's in there right now should be the persons that they have in control of this particular issue or concern should be the ones that people should be responding to or to go to for concerns in reference to anything related to the, a personal issue. The chief, as the chief of human capital, I don't think that should be the person that people go to.
okay.
Have that in there only because.
I don't.
Well,
And
let
so
me
that's
just,
what
let
I'm
me
saying.
just
That's
give you.
my concern.
But
is that I-
that is the person that they go
I-
to, Human Resources,
I'm
our
sorry.
Chief of Human
I'm sorry,
Resources.
Madam.
So we're
Point
gonna.
of order, please.
I got, hold on, we got it.
So let me-
So I'm gonna give it to Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah,
And then I'm
so
gonna
the
let you
reason I
finish.
say that is,
With her.
oh, yeah, all right, because I'm just saying, the reason I say that is because, again, to Commissioner LeBron's point, we've got over 200 million
Yeah, I
that could
agree
be
with you
questioned.
there.
So we may not want to have the language around a diversity.
It's not going, I would want it to be. What I
Okay.
don't want it to be is going to the chief of human capital. I would want it to be someone outside of. That's just my opinion. I think we need somebody outside, not somebody that's already inside.
So
That's my person.
so it sounds like we have found at least a way to move forward this
Right,
evening.
right.
There's still some things that we probably have to work out, but what we're going to do is move forward to the third reading. It sounds like that's what I'm feeling is the board appetite to do so. So how would I move forward doing that? Asking to move,
That's a part of the
That's it.
process
Yep.
anyway,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah, it just goes to the third reading. Yep.
No, there's no motions on the
We're not
readings.
voting. We're not voting.
well, none of that,
We're not
okay.
voting.
And,
A motion on the table to,
no,
Then it was removed because it never moved forward. I'm sorry, Amy. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
oh, yeah, I
Malloy.
did not, was there a second for the Commissioner Griffin's motion?
No, I believed it paused when I stopped to find the date, and so
Okay.
she didn't complete the motion.
Gotcha.
A whole new motion from the beginning to the end.
Because it was interrupted.
so motion?
Second,
We have to state what's being motioned first. Policy blank to
to move
blank.
to the third reading. A motion to,
Just
a
automatically
motion,
goes to
I
the
mean,
third
the
reading.
We
second
don't have
reading.
to vote for it to
There's
move
no,
to the
the
third
second
reading.
reading, we're supposed to be doing the second reading, so we could just, first of all, let's do this. All of these readings were for the second reading. So can we have a motion to approve all the readings to the second reading?
Commissioner Griffin, there's
On the
no
second
motion at
reading.
the readings. So
There's
you
no
don't
reason
need a
that
motion, it will
motions
just
to be
automatically
made.
go to the third reading next
Okay,
month, and then
thank
you
you.
all will take the vote.
So we don't even need a motion at all, right? Thank
What
you.
were being motioned in the first place?
So
confused.
can I interject 1 second? There was a motion in order to potentially send it to postpone
Yeah,
this,
to the
Okay.
right? So there was a motion introduced by Commissioner Griffin. The readings don't need a motion, it automatically goes to the next reading. At the third reading, there is a motion to adopt the policies formally.
Should we be rescinding this
So
motion?
Commissioner Griffin, I guess, can either withdraw that motion or.
I withdraw it.
There
I
you go.
withdraw it. Yeah.
So the motion is withdrawn, we're all set.
All right. Okay, so we're going on forward with the, how is now, I don't even know what to say. What we doing now? We moving forward? You all set with the readings? We're all set? Okay.
Set.
Second readings are concluded. All right. And at this time, we have the executive session, right? So the board may convene into executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment, promotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of particular persons in pending or current litigation with general counsel.
So moved.
Second.
By Commissioner Elliott, seconded by Vice President Malloy. All in favor? Aye. We are going into executive session. Thank you.